Welcome to today's coverage of my personal backlog in Super Mario Maker 2, something that we haven't really caught up on since early September, I believe. In terms of having a proper catch-up stream, it's going to be a mix of makers that are well-known in the community, as well as other levels that have caught my attention. As things prospectively I want to play, many of them uploads from recent months or even weeks. And F. Belmont, welcome back. I hope it is a triumphant return. After having been gone for about a month, this is actually our first stream back since finishing Super Mario Wonder, rather unexpectedly. It was not really a planned absence. But we are back in operation, and hopefully things are working as before, and we still understand how to play this. So we're going to begin with something by, I believe his name is Negijin. It's a very popular Japanese maker who was mainly active in the first year or two of the game, but had uploaded this level inspired by Tears of the Kingdom back in July. I didn't play it at the time because, who knows, maybe it could have spoiled things I hadn't seen at the time, but we are going to look at it now. I believe the Japanese text just refers to the plot of the game, where you have to assemble the 4 stages, take on Ganondorf, etc. So, let's see how it represents the game. And I will try to remember to keep up with pinning the level codes in the chat, since we don't have a Qbot or anything going. Okay, so we begin in the sky, and oh, I see. You see the light dragon. It is going to come back, though, right? Unless, of course... No, it isn't going to come back, because this is Tears of the Kingdom, and we should just dive down. That's correct, because that's just how it works. Now, do we get to bump this? Nope. It's just going to splash at us, because, of course, we are missing the Master Sword. That's the whole point of Tears of the Kingdom. We might not see it for some time. Okay, so we've been dumped into the depths already? Who knows? Okay, so this just bounces you. And then we have a checkpoint because we are here in some kind of map. I suppose we can see if the doors actually match. We'll get a boot. Whoops. Oh, come on. I still know how to do this from time to time. Then up we go. We'll have to drop the boot, but then we need to hit the on-off switch. For some reason, we might need to come back here and oh, I hope so. Otherwise I just get locked in there without the boot. Well, anyway, let's go back to this. I'm sure I'll eventually decipher what exactly this represents. It's been too long. But we will pick this up, and I guess we'll... hang on. Make it forward. Like this, and probably just loop back around the top after we've had a chance to see everything down here. That's rather tall. And yeah, we should probably not leave the boot, is what I'm thinking, because we'll probably want to keep it for the time being. Normally I'd go for the 50 coin, but I think we'll try to figure things out as we go. Dropping the boot here would activate the bomb. And we'll reclaim it. And then what do we got over here? Looks like when we hit another on-off switch, there is going to be something that gets ejected from the pipe. It's going to drop the spring down 2 slots. Something is going to come out of the pipe, and we'll see what that is. So, next switch activation right here. Once we figure out how to hit it. Don't tell me I don't know how to hit this. Oh, we don't have the Master Sword, that's right. I'm probably supposed to have the Master Sword, aren't I? Bang, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Something tells me I should have the Master Sword and I don't, but that's okay. We'll come back here and we'll loop around. We'll see if there's anything that has escaped my notice. Although, for a number of reasons, if you look at the hard blocks on the right, maybe we're not supposed to have the Master Sword because that would just break everything. So that goes down. We go down here. Go down here. I think maybe we come back with the sword at some point to hit that, because I certainly can't stomp it or anything. And I can't come down here either. I'm actually not sure. I feel like I probably just missed a sword at some point or something. But, you know, we will... Okay, so we activated the on-off switch, we know that. What does that do? Let's just retrace our steps a little bit. I probably did something vastly out of order here, but that's just how we play. Yeah, so that goes down. But then I kind of get the sense that something was supposed to have come out of the blue pipe earlier first. We may have to retry this. Unless I'm just missing something very obvious about this switch here, but it really looks like it should be activated from the side. However... yeah. There's nothing that's going to happen here. I'm going to drop this and try again from checkpoint, just to see what it is we're missing. Oh, there's a lower level, okay. Possibly we're not able to do that yet. And we just have to navigate to other rooms to see what the various constraints will be. Yeah, SMB2 mushroom, that would be helpful, obviously. Although, of course, we'd have to get out of this room, too. Oh, I understand. Yeah, so I don't really read Japanese, which is why I didn't quite understand, but it's actually, this is the character for water, I believe. And so this is meant to be the water temple, and specifically the whole sequence in the water temple where you know, float around and approach the various switches and fountains and so on. I'm not describing it accurately at all for a game that I played for 400 hours on stream. But we will eventually want to drop something here to use the shell to hit the on-off switch. Yeah, so this is the water temple. And I didn't actually figure out what the first one earlier was, but it's probably Sky. Yeah. I suppose I should have guessed from the description text that maybe there's a Japanese reading requirement for deciphering some of what is going on here thematically, but maybe I just don't understand the artwork as well as I should, so... Okay, that's interesting. Now, why would we want that? Because we can pick it up with SMB2. And if we do pick it up with SMB2, what can we actually toss that against? Let's take a look here. Well, let's look here. Okay, so there's an on-off switch that we'll need to hit, which implies to me that we don't know what's going on with P-switches either, but if we take this and then just try to find an appropriate location for it, then maybe we are set. Possibly we have to use this to bounce the bone shell over there, and then that will open up the on-off switch. Yeah, that's gotta be it. I still know how to play this, sometimes. Maybe. Oop. Oh yes, okay, so this is actually a ground tile, we have to go underneath. Or, wait a minute, no, that's not right. Yes, we do. Okay. Let's go back down. Yeah, because this is all vertical, so we should navigate accordingly so we don't do what we did in the actual game, which is fall from the temple itself and lose tons of progress. Although, of course, the first time I went to the temple in the actual game, I did so without having met the sage along the way yet, or at least without having rendezvoused with him, and so... what did happen was that I did a number of the puzzles in the water temple up until the point that I just couldn't activate anything because I didn't have the sage on hand. But I believe that was why I actually fell all the way back down from the sky, not just by accident, which I think did happen elsewhere. Where was I going? I hit that switch. Oh, okay, and then this allows you to come up here and go through. That's right. Okay, you got a coin, 1 of 5. We have a Master Sword at last. Oh, got it dunked. Oh, I guess that's not what we were supposed to do. Yeah, but you do have the on switch going through here. That's what regulates it. Alright, so without the Master Sword, we don't necessarily know how to do this one yet. Oh, I see. It roughly matches... no, it doesn't match the map coordinates because Death Mountain and a Fire Temple would be northeast of so. But yeah, I believe this is air, actually. It is pretty similar to the character of air. But the problem is that we didn't actually figure out what to do here previously. We'll be low on time anyway. Because it feels like I actually missed a particular trigger that I needed. Specifically coming out of that blue pipe to the right. Oh no, actually, because it's the spring that will drop down. Okay, so we'll be looking for a second switch activation somewhere. Because I feel like I kind of locked myself here last time, but... We'll go to the right one more time. I do need to grab that 50 coin. So we can drop the boot, activate the bomb, but before we do that, I'm actually going to go over just to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, because after you activate a switch, the blaster just drops. So we need to find out what the second activation point will be. Well, this is the issue, is that I didn't have a way to activate the on-off switch. And we wouldn't without either a Master Sword or perhaps a thrown object with SMB2. Whoops. We'll have to come back here, possibly with a sword, so... Let's go down instead. Then we will take a look at this one. Okay. I am not sure which character this is, unfortunately. But you do see the dragon here. Oh, I suppose we had to maybe leave with the boot. Yeah, there is a particular prescribed order, possibly. Or maybe that's just showing you that the dragon is above the temple, and then we just come down here and grab the Super Ball. Probably is the Lightning Temple, given that it's all about reflecting projectiles off mirrors, which is exactly what we do in the Lightning Temple. And then we have to wait. And wait. And wait. Okay. Next, yeah. Oh, then we try to hit that P switch. Okay. We turn on the lights and then we try to, whoops, deflect off of this mirror here. Probably, what if we just, hang on, stand here? Nope, a little low. Let's try to find a deflection that will work. Possibly. Nope, that's also a little low. Yeah, so we need a deflection off here, possibly here. There we go, almost. There we go. And then we wait. Faulty humor, you put donut blocks to the end of all your levels, yeah. Particularly if you want the player to, you know, feel that tension of having that speed run be tightly regulated in the final seconds as you descend towards the door, or rather towards your doom. Okay, so we need to deflect off that one accurately. That's not quite accurately. I feel like we need to fire this way, perhaps. No. I feel like we had basically hit that accurately, but maybe that's not the first one. Yeah, we have to hit one over here first, I think. There's going to be a particular sequence. And that's not going to be it. Probably we have to drop objects in a certain sequence in order to have them become available for being hit by something else. So let's see here. Basically have to read this as we go and see which POWs are actually available to be activated. I mean, we can also jump through here. Oh, okay. That works too. That probably was correct. In fact, oh, I see. And then you have to fire on the way down. That doesn't look right to me. Hit this, and then, yeah, we basically have to decipher the whole sequence. You can see the target P switch in the bottom right, at least. That seems very particular. It looks like there's a column, a vertical column here that we should be firing through, but we have to basically turn on the lights here and there just to read what's going on. Maybe this is just here to give you information about the column that you should be going for. The POWs are just here as lights. They don't look like things we can activate. Then we will see. On-off switch over here. P switch would lead to the on-off switch, so probably you have to activate the P. The P is reloaded by the blaster. You would have to come up through here and then hit the on-off switch down here. So there's a particular sequence where you have to begin with the P first. The P is going to be out of the central column. And reflecting something there is not going to be simple. It's going to be through here, though. And we just need to find the right position for it. Well, that looks like it should have been correct, but... yeah, maybe we just send it right through this diagonal. No. Yeah, that's the thing about Super Balls is targeting isn't always that friendly. That's a long way for the Super Ball to go, too, because if you want to deflect it up here, you have to deflect it up to the right. You have to go up the right side column. It has to be through that column. There's the only way to do it. But currently the P is nestled in such a position that you'd have to hit it pretty much off of the reflection on the side. Yeah, so this dark level is actually just one segment of a larger structure. It is meant to represent a lightning temple with all the mirror reflections that is in Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, I feel like... yeah, we really can't hit this, though. This thing over here. I just need to nudge my way over until we do have it. But the P is there, and I wonder if there's something I'm missing. We have to... I mean, this was the previous segment with the P activation that gated me off from the next part. This column is a whole lot of nothing on the left. We know from having scouted that. There is a sequence with which column you use, but I see. So we have to get within range to spawn the P first, which we did. And then... nope. Can't see if I'm anywhere close to hitting that. Because you got... yeah, because it looks like it is supposed to be deflected according to the pattern. I just don't know how to drop the P any further if I can. Oh, there is an on-off switch that is on the right side column. I'm going to have time trouble here very soon. Nope. Yeah, it's not going to get anywhere close, that's the thing. I feel like something like this is somewhat promising, that you reflect this way and go straight. But the problem is, I mean, the P has been spawned, right? It's in position. I feel like you have to fire that first, like despawn the P, fire the Super Ball first, and then spawn the P. Maybe. Because then you have a Super Ball that's kind of lodged in the top corner, and it's not blocked by the P, it's kind of bouncing around. And then, in a rather time-sensitive fashion, you go up and then spawn the P while the Super Ball is still going. So, let's say we go back here. We only have a few seconds available to do this, but then we come back. Then we fire from here. And then... there we go. Got it. That actually is how to do it, which is madness, but the kind of madness we can get behind. Don't tell me I locked myself. No, this P with this cross over here. Okay, 6 seconds. Okay, we found a solution at least. We did find it. That was correct. And now that I've actually seen the solution, I think it's not too bad, given the circumstances. Alright, so let's go back. Lightning Temple, so to speak. Yeah, and then basically you just see the dragon flying around up here, but you can't actually reach that. Also indicating to me that you can't leave the boot segment in the Wind Temple with the boot intact. But then that's because after every safety coin there's this big reset anyway, which is an item check as well as an on-off check. Okay. So now, yeah, same idea here. We'll deflect this like that. There are, of course, a lot of potential locking issues with this level all over, but we'll try to do this quickly. So yeah, so as before, we figured it out. We just deflect something up with this pattern, and then we follow it up while the Super Ball is still active. Nope, missed it. I have to despawn. Okay. We follow it up while the Super Ball is still active. There we go. Hit. And let this go. And having done that, we are now able to go through here and do nothing because we dropped back in. There is another P switch on the left side though, which I suppose if we fire like that, hang on. I feel like that was supposed to hit. That it doesn't hit tells me I should actually try to despawn this one first. Try to despawn it. But then I would get within range pretty quickly, so no. I guess, yeah, because if I'm going up, then I am going to be within spawning range. So despawning it won't work. The P is just going to be in place. And we just have to fire down the column if we can. Maybe minimize the number of deflections that we're dealing with. Maybe I need to retain... Yeah, you need to keep the Super Ball on screen. That's the trick to this. It's a very specific thing here, where it is testing your knowledge of Super Ball spawning mechanics. Trying to hit that 50 coin, obviously, but no such luck over here. Now, okay, I think I need to do this again. This allowed me to go up, but then what else does it let me do? Yeah, so we do know how to do it. We just need to follow the Super Ball and keep it on screen. This is the same interaction that we needed to understand on the left side as well. We just need to understand what to do with that afterwards. Okay, that gate gets lowered. does this gate become available? I feel like we need to take advantage of that P-switch for sure. We just didn't see what was going on with the 50 coin after that, so let's keep going. Then, oh, no, we'll drop this down. Nope, lost track. And that was a bit of a miss anyway. Okay. Down. Nope. No, paste. Let's try it again. Need to fire and drop. There we go. That's the way to do it. But then, what do we do here? Well, seems like we do need to deflect up this column, but that seems awfully specific. What is above that 50 coin anyway? More ice. By the looks of it. Okay. Possibly. I mean, we need another on-off switch in order to bomb this and release. Right? So we should be thinking about how to access the next on-off switch. I see. With the P-switch active, you come through here again, and then you hit the on-off switch to the right side. Okay, no, that's simple. So the whole bit with that other P block is actually just to, first of all, give you the light source, and secondly, give you a potential 50 coin as a bonus. Can we hit that? Possibly, not really. With difficulty. Anyway, we've activated this now, and that should release the blaster on the right side. Great. And there's an elevator all the way up because we can't just use Ascend to get into the boss room early the way that I did in the game itself. And it's going to trick you out because you can't actually access the Master Sword. You can't enter the pipe. What you do is you have to go through the sword check, and then you go through again. Possibly the coin mechanism works as such that once you've completed all of these segments, you then have access to the Master Sword and you get to keep it. But we don't know that yet. Let's take a look at what should potentially be the Fire Temple. And you do in fact go underground into the depths, hence the darkness. Ho ho ho, indeed. Alright. We'll do a little bit of bombardment here. I mean, I would not be able to tell anything about how the Fire Temple is represented because despite the presence of all the minecart rails and everything in the original, I just flew through the temple and cheesed it, so... So whether this has any resemblance to the original structure is not something I can comment on. But we'll just bomb everything along the way and hope that progress just happens. Okay, it looks like we can't reach that yet, but what if we drop the donuts for no reason? Yeah, it looks like we'd eventually want to activate a P-switch so that we can go upstairs. We haven't seen a P-switch yet. But we can move up. And that seems rather instrumental. I guess that bomb will be the final thing that we need to blow, and that's after we have had a chance to get everything else there with fireballs on top row. Yeah, you switch staircase by the looks of it. So we should figure out how to get around if we're able. Well, currently we haven't accomplished much apart from opening up this passage. Time is up, but that's okay. We will go back to it and try again. Still don't know what's going on with the Wind Temple segment, but we'll solve that problem when we get back to it. And yeah, not going to do anything up here. So let's continue, and we'll grab some fire, begin some bombardment, and see what it was we were missing. Come on. Alright, there we go. Okay, so at this juncture, we know that we can bomb this thing on the right. We know that it would activate the snake block, or rather the skull block. Oh, that's probably just what I was missing. I didn't even see that, did I? Yeah, hence the whole minecart rail sequence that we inferred from all of the content we skipped originally, so... Whoops. Yeah, so we just continue jumping over and then ride rail. As we... Whoops. Can't seem to keep our footing anywhere. Okay, here we go. And then we just bomb this thing to the right. There we go. Ding dong. Rather obvious things I've missed, but... Up we go. And then we just hit the next one once we ride the rail again. Let's stand out of the way. Interesting. Looks... Ah, yes, that's not an exit pipe, that's a P-switch pipe, which makes sense given how much more of the layout we have to traverse. And that gate remains open, which is useful at least. Yeah, we did need to grab that coin in order for this bomb to be available. The timing is rather generous, so no issues there. Also, can we jump to the right on this side? Yes, we can, but we would need a P-switch to do anything with that. So let's expect an on-off as well as a P coming somewhere in the next segment. Whoops, come on, let's wait. And then... And here we go, and that just loops you back. We'll blow that up. It's not a P, we'll just run it. Oh, come on. Up. There we go. Oh, nope, too late. Saw that just a moment too late to interact with it properly, but luckily the switch is just readily available for us here, so... Oh, nope, hang on. We're gonna miss it again. Yeah, we do need to jump over to the right side, we just missed it completely. Oh, nope. Nope. Hang on. Let's try to get out on the right side. Whoops, nope. Surprising. Oh, you know what? You have steps here. We could have just taken the steps. Let me just do that. Alright, we'll try to do things the easy way next time. Never thought of doing that before. Particularly not in anything whatsoever pertaining to Tears of the Kingdom. Oh yeah, okay, because it is a P block up there that we needed to... Yeah, no, this is just the way we came, so that's it's not useful. Okay, there we go. And now we can walk up top. And hit nothing. And walk the other way, and also hit the warp zone. And drop back down after collecting the 50 coin, which seems like it's just a little bonus that gives you no progress whatsoever. I guess that's the way that the 50 coins have been designed in each of these segments, so perhaps we shouldn't be surprised. It does mean that we'll probably want to hit the P-switch and go left then. And see what lies beyond. Like this. Okay, there we go. Well, we got a 50 coin, that was a moral victory, considering that we've been skipping it in the other segments all the while. And Yeah, so eventually this will be coin 5, I'm sure. But for now, we will continue doing the whole check that loops us back, and then now we have to figure out the whole boot segment in the presumptive Sky Temple, which, again, the main issue here is that we have no idea how to actually hit the on-off switch. I did not see a way to do it. Because we certainly can't stomp with this or anything, so... There's probably something that needed to be fired at it, or... Not really sure. Yeah, so previously we had activated the on-off switches using the boot drop onto the bomb. And we know that that will drop this spring into position. But then why would we come down here? Because we know that this is just going to drop the blaster completely. And that doesn't solve anything when it comes to the on-off activation. Because we get to here and we're basically stuck. Yeah, I feel like something went wrong with the blaster drop, that the blaster drop wasn't perhaps supposed to happen that way. But, you know, maybe it's supposed to launch a flying bomb or something. Whoops, nope. That was a big mistake. That's okay, just resets the clock. Not altogether a big deal. Okay. Yeah, because no, it absolutely drops the blaster every time because of the removal of the red block down here. But after the activation of the on-off switch, I'm able to come in through here. Ah, I see. No, that was it. I come in through here, and then I jump up out of the boot towards the middle. What would that possibly get me, given that the blue block at that point is going to be on? I'm not sure. But this looks instrumental to something that we have to do. Okay. We'll activate, and then we're going to go down, which is the only way we can go, in fact, so. And then, what does this do? A whole lot of nothing, as far as I can tell. Because then we get here and we have nothing. It really looks like it's supposed to launch a flying bomb or something that would then allow you to activate the on-off switch by bomb proximity. But I see no sign that we can do anything with it. Whoops, and we're going to lose the boot, which means we're just going to be straight up locked, I think. Unless there's something I should go back to. I should think about it schematically from how it worked in the original Sky Temple as well. The boat and everything, but... Whoops. No, let's go up. Actually, I haven't even checked the pipe there. Okay. So this I just don't have so far. Because we know we can go through the middle here once the switch has been activated. But we also know that the spring will be blocked. Possibly we can despawn and respawn the bomb? No, because it will have been destroyed. In a destroyed state it won't come back right forward. Yeah, because the muncher is going to be there. But what if we go all the way to the left and just try to reload the right side? Yeah, nothing here. And it isn't going to be anything here, because that's just how the spawning rules work. Whoa, no. I feel like you're supposed to maybe outpace the blaster, such that when it drops, it's actually able to fire something to the left. Like a bomb. This one is not clear to me at all. Because it seems like it's kind of trivially lockable just using the boot. Okay, so we know how to activate it, but maybe we shouldn't do so prematurely just yet. Let's figure this out. Now the thing is, because the blaster has one column available, if it were firing something like a flying object, it could do so in either direction. But then the question is, do you get there quickly enough that you can actually see something spawn before it drops into the abyss? I'm not sure if that would be the case. Because no matter what you do... Well, let's see. Dropping that on top of the Pokies wouldn't do anything. So, I think you can get far enough to respawn the blaster, perhaps. But... why would you come through here? Oh, okay, that was it. That's all there was to it, you just needed to hit that space. Well, okay, that simplifies things somewhat. Considerably. And then you just come through here, and jump through and lose the boot. Except you need to jump through the left side, which we totally didn't see. So let's... whoop. Okay, so I overcomplicated that, but that's what we do, so... that's it. Do I get to keep the sword this time? Probably not. We'll get dunked. Then, because we have the other coins in tow, surely something will change, particularly if we go through the yellow pipe in the bottom left, which we hadn't done. Okay. And then we'll go over here. Okay, 5 coins, and then we can try to bomb this ourselves. I feel like that would be a bad idea, but we'll go through here anyway and hit the checkpoint. Alright. Yeah, maybe that was just a shortcut through here or something that we bomb it ourselves. Anyway, here's... whoops. A fight. Let's see if we can get additional swords, or if I'm just dead. We're not just dead, we can use icicles to kill. We just need to be careful with the mole then. Oh, oops. Just totally missed that jump. That's alright, looks like a somewhat straightforward boss design. Yeah, so we could totally have blown that up, and we would just be carted over to this door with invincibility frames and skipped the middle segment. Of course, once we hit the checkpoint flag, that no longer is the case. Oh, whoops, no, yeah, the knockback on that is something that maybe makes attempting to beat him with the sword a little bit inadvisable. We could have just used arrows or something. Done things the easy way. For a change. That's okay, it doesn't take too many icicles. 14 or so, I want to say. With Big Bowser. Okay. Then... kind of reminds me, I still have to... at some point... go back to redo the finale of Tears of the Kingdom with all of the main quests complete for once, just to see how the final fight changes. We've been talking about doing it, but that kind of fell by the wayside back in September, and we just hadn't gone back to it. If we have Link, then I guess we could have tapped something here. Oh, no, we can go sword. Oh, okay, no, this is just spelling Link. It's using the arrow to spell Link. It's not telling me that I should tap the arrow or anything like that. I suppose we should just look for the flag, which will be in the main world. And do we get to reunite with a dragon? Probably not. I suppose we should just go down. The end. We're gonna do something inadvisable here and blow things up. Okay. Does anything happen? Not by the looks of it. 1K man, welcome. Okay, I think this just drops you into the abyss. Because it is the flagpole after all, we do know that there's a limit to what you can do with the ground. Okay, we got through it. Let's do some platforming, perhaps, since I have a lengthy list of levels I meant to get through today, and I spent entirely too much time on that first one. Alright, let's punch in the code and see what I have on deck. I will, of course, be pinning all the codes in the chat for reference. So this is a document level that was made for Mario Maker Grand Prix, the streamer event back in September. And it is one that I actually did manage to catch up on. I caught up on a couple of other ones by makers that are well known in the community, but not this one. 1.2 and a world record by Nabooz, which we're unlikely to match. But let's see what the mechanic is going to be. Also, Twitch is totally not letting me pin the code, so we'll just leave it in place and see what happens. So, anyway. Boo equals lose. That seems like a simple instruction. Let's see how it plays out. Okay, so these are meant to be race levels, of course, which means that they are meant to be played quickly and blindly. Which means that being a little slow, like I was at the beginning, is not advisable. The boos are going to be everywhere. And then, that's going to tell me to go left, but then... Oh, I see. No, I always read the one-way panels as walls, even if we're going in the correct direction. Just as a function of the artwork. That was a rather obvious thing to do that we just missed. But yeah, see that up arrow over there? That's eventually where we'll be going once we... Oh, I see. No, we have to grab this. We have to grab this, but then we'd have to climb here, so maybe not. But then we'd have to dump it here, and then go up. Yeah, grab doesn't probably jump to a cannonball, perhaps, after a throw. We'll see how it works. Totally missed it. Under a little bit of time pressure there, unless we wanted to fit through that little gap, which is not happening with us being dependent on that cannonball. Okay. Yes, and then... There we go. That's correct. Too slow. Too slow. I thought for a moment we could get by because the second ring hadn't spawned yet, but... Yeah, a little too much hesitation there, but we do have the general idea correct, which is that we do throw the spring over while we collect the next cannonball. Whoops, no, that was... I see. No, we jump as quickly as we can, throw as quickly as we can, but then cling on to divines while we wait for the cannonball to launch us over. Yeah. No, we don't. We don't need to wait. We can just jump over by divines. We don't need a cannonball at all, actually, so that was a rather woeful misreading of a fairly self-explanatory situation. Okay. We go before things get out of control. And then, yeah, we drop to the left a little bit and go left and then drop the platform. And loop around all the way. Okay. And then we would have to jump over to the left side, of course. Mushroom over there. Feels like there's going to be some kind of P-switch trigger going on there soon enough. But we'll see how that happens when we get to it. Okay. No, we do need to grab the mushroom in order to take a damage boost as we run around. Interesting zigzag structure to this. You can see the P-switch already for the next segment when we go left to right. But for now, we do need to take some damage in order to survive the spikes by not missing the mushroom quite as spectacularly as we managed to do. And then... okay. Take the hit. Oh no, we do need to do this quickly. No jumping around or trying to knock things down. That was obviously not going to be the kind of brick we could hit, particularly because we were Small Mario. So, maybe not the wisest experiment to be conducting there, considering that the result was fairly obvious. It's a very readable level. It's just one of those situations where... oh, no, yeah, we do kind of get full speed deflection off the side, I think. Let's see. Yeah, we can't slow down around the edge. We have to deflect off the wall, which is one of those very elementary speed techniques that we don't really keep in mind all that much, except where strictly required. Okay. Okay. Deflect. No, we have to hit the pokey, of course. We have to hit the pokey to kill it. That's the obvious thing. I don't know why I'm trying to rush it like that. Like I said, I think I still know how to play this game from time to time. Maybe not making a good show of it today, though. After so much time away. It was actually my first session back in Maker 2 since Wonder came out, I believe. Yeah, that's obviously a P-jump. We saw that coming, too. Too busy talking. Okay. Alright, let's pop this. Whoops. Didn't even look at that blaster. Didn't give it the slightest thought as we were trying to traverse this. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, let's cut some of the carelessness here. Get some of the bad attempts out of the system. That's why I didn't play this as a racer. I mean, that's not the actual reason I didn't play it as a racer. I just kind of wasn't able to stream at a time when doing the event would have been plausible, but this is also why I'm not somebody who plays for speed or world firsts. That's okay. Means we get to fool around with the levels our own way. Whoa, missed it. Too late. As long as I don't overshoot the Koopa, that's actually pretty manageable. Alright, let's go back. Then, grab this. Jump through the middle. Then time is of the essence here as we get over. Then slide through. Hit this switch and then, oh, nope, we need to roughly stay in the ring. That was a bit of a misread because we... I'm not sure about that, actually. I feel like maybe I was a bit slow and that we were supposed to get out of the ring by that point, because otherwise we'd just be trapped. We'll see. I'm very impressed with how well a lot of the spawn timings are controlled in this level, considering that, first of all, you just have full camera control without any kind of constraints on the scrolling on either axis. And yet everything actually works very, very well just because of the window of timing that a player gets from one critical switch to the next. That's really part of the secret sauce sometimes, too. A lot of the levels by a very experienced maker, like Document, is that there's a lot of invisible playtesting going on, basically, to get everything to just line up in a way that still feels flexible. But in general, going quickly solves problems. Yeah. I saw that coming. Somewhat. I mean, obviously I didn't see it well enough to react to the way that the parachute was going to sway, but you do need to basically switch sides as you're going down. Very unique obstacle there with the parachute stack. Kind of have to respond pretty well on the fly. Something like that. Okay, let's hit. Then, again, most problems can be solved just by going faster. Duck through that. And through that. Okay. Okay, that's a bit of a constraint here. We have to get ahead of the boost stack for sure. Otherwise we get into trouble. It was coming in a little bit slow there because we were reacting to a lot of that for the first time. But we should have that down soon enough. Alright, here we are. Then, we keep going. Nope, that was too slow that time. I wonder why. I think I was a little slow coming out of the slide under the piranha. Just didn't cancel out of that quickly enough. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's just shave some of these jumps as quickly as we can. Yeah, I have to to reverse around a lot more smoothly than we've been doing. Go underneath. Good. Good, much better. Whoop. That was close. Good thing there's no hitbox until they completely emerge. Now that looks very nice. This whole sequence here with the boost stacks, that because you spawn in the mole and boost stacks at a pretty strict position, it ensures that you're playing through the level in such a way that they remain in position and that they aren't going to float around on moving platforms. So there's a lot cosmetically going on here that just works quite beautifully. Whoops, nope. Let's not mess up the timing and fall off the snake block right at the start. Yeah, we want to do the wall deflection as much as we can here, I think. Oh, nope, missed it on the way down. That was just a slight misreading. Wasn't quite sure what I was in for there, so... nope, lost momentum there. Just landed and didn't course correct very well. Yeah, deflect off the wall as much as possible. That's maybe the whole trick to this. Whoa, okay. Yeah. Just slightly late, as you can see. The hitbox wasn't active until we were almost out of the woods there, so... Not a great angle there as we hit the boo from underneath. Okay, let's go quickly. Whoa, okay. We had to make contact with that mole before it was going to get deflected like that. We did make contact, I heard it bounce, but didn't read that as a high bounce quickly enough, I think. And we just didn't hold the button long enough to get a high bounce off of it accurately. I mean, I am kind of reading some of this stuff on the fly, so... Which is very much the point of a blind race level. It is, as I said, very readable. It's just that we've been making mistakes. Yeah, actually, I see what's going on here is because it makes that slight drop that I'm not accurately reading the time at which we make contact with the mole, so I'm getting a short bounce because the button press is late from misreading it. That time we did get a high bounce, but we were in too low a position to do so, which tells me we still need to fix something about that, as we're getting into that jump too low to begin with. We do need to step on that platform, but we need to get off right away to maximize the time that we have available on the mole. And do just a very short hop out of that to make contact with the mole as quickly as possible, which should be the priority here. Nope. Let up a little bit too much and came in too far to the left. Oh, spent way too much time on that platform, but that's okay. Past a certain point, the mechanisms get aligned with the player position again, so... Actually, no. The muncher bounces up. We're hitting the mole too early. We should do a high jump, because the muncher will launch the mole higher. It's not that we're hitting it too soon before... It's not that we're hitting it too late, rather, before it drops, because the mole and the muncher stack will bounce upward. So we should actually get as high a bounce as possible to give it time to get in position, and then the bounce should be correct. Wasn't quite obvious to me, but I guess that's what the coin trail was trying to explain to me. No, we were supposed to hit the coin trail all the way up, I think. But that does fix that problem. Yeah, the coin trail was, it seems, meant to signify to me That should be a high bounce to buy time. That's correct. Okay. Alright. And out we go. Well, we're not racing, so I don't need to do this quickly, but there we go. Very big finish. We are not going to thematically give this level a boo because it was spectacular. Very happy with that. Let's keep playing. I actually have another document code for a level I missed way, way back. Well over a year ago, possibly two. And this one just kind of fell in the cracks for me, I think. So we're going to punch it in now and finally catch up. Mechanical Manacles. Yeah, this is from 2021. This is from 2 years ago. I had it in my notepad as something that I needed to get to, so we will finally do it. This is the code. For some reason, Twitch is giving me some trouble pinning, but that should finally show up. Jump on Robot Turtles. Look at that, Meng69 with the world record after all this time. 0.65%. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so this resets once we read this. It is going to be a level where we jump on the mechas and probably kick them into successive positions. But that means that it's going to be a spin, because the spin is going to kick it forward. And that should be obvious. And a spin will also allow you to not only kick it aside, but make contact with the piranha plants. Possibly. No, we're supposed to carry it and then toss it over here. That's going to drop something for me to land on, and then we are going to have another throwing sequence after that. Okay. Yeah, we carry it. Toss. Toss. And then after the toss, it's going to be a spin, so we can proceed. I believe that's going to be the case. Yeah, so we are responsible here for reading some of these things accurately. We're supposed to hit that, obviously, to launch the red mecha over to the right. That's alright, we're just going to read this as we go. And yeah, okay, that was the issue, that we hit this incorrectly, but we can correct for that mistake accordingly. And then we do an up throw to hit the on-off switch. It's going to drop the blue mecha on the right side, but then also give us a landing point. I feel like my timing was way off for that to happen. But we'll try to fix that. Nope. Need to kick it to the right. Possibly much easier if we do it on the first try. Nope, and if we try to avoid hitting it as it's bouncing up, obviously. We'll just need to land a little bit further so we don't get in its way. Alright, let's try it again. Whoops. That's right, just gonna shake some of those attempts out of my system, and then... yeah, a little further. Jump, throw, spin, hit. And then we have to jump around to not get hit by that. That's what the coin trail is telling me. Very well-timed activation there, as you get within range of it. Whoops. And actually, it's going to be a spin to take it around. It doesn't need to be a spin because we can actually just jump on it and throw it, though, to the right. Suppose if you're going for a speed record or something, you would spin it. Whoops. But no, in the interest of having a good course correction there on that coin path to the right of the blue mecha, should be at, whoops, look at that, that was a miss. That should be a standard jump that's going to wrap around and we throw it to the right side after that. That's thinking ahead to the blue mecha segment. Whoops. We'll make it work. Okay, up here, that's what the coins are trying to tell you, is to go as far forward as possible. That was a miss again, look at that. It really does need to make contact all the way on the right, on that drop. On that throw, rather. Yeah, we come up here, throw it as far as possible, now that's accurate. Oh, nope, it's slipping off right there before we can make the jump. I keep thinking that we need to go a little bit further just to avoid Koopa, the mecha rather, coming down on my head, but I'm slipping a little too far every time. Okay. And then... no, we needed to catch up to it and throw it. I don't know why I thought it was just going to solve that problem for me when it obviously wasn't. Okay. Nope. A little too late. So yeah, you probably can spin that to the right, but there's no difference. You have to land the platform anyway, so... Or maybe not. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Standard jump should be fine for that one, though. You just need to do it quickly enough to make it past the Mega Muncher stack after that. Nope, missed it again. Too soon on the throw. It really does need to make contact with the back one-way panel. Let's keep going. And once again, just slipping right off without landing the jump. Probably making it riskier than it actually is. But we'll see how we do when we get there next. Yeah. Very easy. Just slip up with that. Oh, whoops, missed. Just didn't go far enough with it. Nope. Just trying to go further and once again, didn't quite make it. Nope. Again, it is technically salvageable, but you need to be fairly precise to do so. Better just do it right the first time, to hold a full spin jump onto the right side there, and okay, at least it went over this time. Okay. Over. Then... standard jump should be fine on both of those. We don't really need to kick those around. We shouldn't, in fact, because we just kick them into each other. Alright. Get this. Too soon. Or rather, just in a bad position. Okay. No, obviously it's a spin jump. Had a couple of wires crossed over there. It's alright. Get to it. Good time. Whoa, nope, I didn't mean to do that. Hypercat, there is no queue today. We are doing a big catch-up off of my personal list, but we will be running viewer levels a bit more often again, particularly on weekends. Needed to hit the pokey in the head, obviously. Yes, exactly. Big ketchup to go with a massive hot dog. Okay, let's pay attention here. Yeah, no, the mecha needs to hit the one-way panel. We were throwing it too low. Doesn't that just cut the mustard? Okay, we had this down, and then I lost it. So yeah, we're not running an open queue today, but we'll be resuming viewer levels quite a bit more after having been off of it for about the past month or so. Okay, there we go. To give you a sense of it, this is a level that has been sitting in my to-do list since late 2021. And then we finally got around to it. And the plan currently is to do a lot of Maker 1 in the new year before the service shut down, and so we'll actually be covering some content that I've been putting off for about 8 years at this point. Whoops. Not that I was streaming back then, of course. I didn't stream until Maker 2 was already out. But we had done a couple of Maker 1 sessions before, and the plan is to definitely lean into that quite a bit more while we still can. Nope, wrong way. So much for that. Yeah, nice and early on that throw. That's the way to do it. Okay, whoops, nope. I was trying to position my spin jump and we just fell off. That was very silly. Okay, here we go. And around. Then toss it the right way this time. Over, and then there we go. No, that's going to be spin to the left and then back to the right. That should have been obvious. I don't even know if it should be a spin on the left because you would just... yeah, I think you would need to do so in order to reposition. You just wouldn't get to the freshly dropped mecha quickly enough otherwise. Nope, that didn't go as far as I needed it to. First time that's happened. Oh, whoops, no. Occasionally just getting some inputs confused here as we swap between standard jumps and spin jumps. It's all very readable, we just tend to press the wrong buttons from time to time, and that's just what happens. That's way too far. You shouldn't have done that little hop there. Nose end indicators? Yep, that's how I like it. That's how I like it. I don't believe in the Z. It's really easy to figure out, I just occasionally mess it up anyway. Yeah, if the level design is self-explanatory enough, it really doesn't need the indicators. Oh, nope, shouldn't have hit the second platform there. We had to jump onto Mecha, possibly spin onto Mecha and kick it over to the right. And that's the end of that segment here. Okay, up here. Yeah, we, again, probably shouldn't do that hop. Oops, too close. That's why I'm called... Yeah, Quixotic sideways. That's true. We don't do the neutral inputs, apparently. Anyway, Meng, as you probably know, since you're the reigning record holder on this level over the 2 years of its existence, I mean, it seems like there are a couple of areas here where you have some flexibility for which jump you choose, and that if you want to speed through it, there are probably some spins that I'm not doing. I don't know if you remember anything about your route through this, but you still hold the record, so who knows. Okay, grab this. Whoops. Then... up we go. Yeah, let's just do a normal throw there. There's plenty to work with. Then we'll get here. In good time. There'll be a spin to the left, and we're going to miss it completely as the Mecha walks off the top. Mecha walks down because it has been released from that single column, which was being dropped. And of course, once again, throw was just a little whiff. At the first note block, there's a way to get on top of the level. I see. That's how you get the warp zone. I suppose you don't mean this note block. But... oh, you mean here? Yeah, yeah. I guess... I'm trying to see how you would do it. I think I see it, but I'm not going to execute it. Whoops. Yeah, because looking at that now and looking at the icicle positioning, I think I do see it. Whoops, nope, wrong jump. You can bounce on it without going fully past a one-way. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Was probably the solution. One-ways being the extremely reliable hitboxes that they are. I think something about the one-way collision changed between, whoops, Maker 1 and 2 as well. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I noticed it last time I played Maker 1. I think it's, you know, whether you're able to stand on the edges or something like that because of all the one-way edge mazes that people used to do. I have to actually relearn some of those Maker 1 mechanics. Yeah, in Maker 1 you can stand on them. I remember doing a lot of maze levels that use that. Whoops. Let's pay attention here. Roby Angel, welcome. I am not doing an open viewer queue today because we have a backlog stretching back years. But I am planning to do quite a bit more Maker 2 over the next month or so, and we'll definitely have room at some point. There we go. Glad to see you here, regardless. It's been a while, because I haven't really been on very much. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Whoa, there we go. That looked dangerous, but a lot of work to fail like that. Yeah, Ruby Angel, I am not from the United States, so we didn't have Thanksgiving in quite the same fashion, but yeah, we did have some measure of family gathering anyway. I'm going to acknowledge that raid in just a moment. Thank you so much. Whoops. From MGM1. Playing Mario Party 3, just going through the chronological sequence, I suppose. Yeah, Ruby Angel, I hope you had a good long weekend as well. Whoops. Okay, where were we? Let's drop this. Okay, there we are. Up to the left. Okay, no, that's fine. Standard throw is perfectly acceptable there. And, yeah, MGM1, thank you so much for coming by. And I was glad I was able to stop by and see you for once. I have not been on Twitch very much, certainly not as a streamer, in the last month or so, so it was nice to just kind of take some time to hang out on some other broadcasts from time to time that I normally wouldn't make it to. And I hope the game went well with you as well. Because I remember that you were pretty close to finishing in the final unlockable levels when I saw you play. So. Oh no, we need to spin off that one. And then we need to get close to the thwomp. Yeah, because this one's in the disabled state, so we do need to spin off of it. Yeah, I suppose if you've been doing the older... whoops, spin. Mario Party games off the Nintendo Switch Online service, I hope you've been able to actually assemble a multiplayer party. I haven't really played much with the online multiplayer features on Nintendo Switch Online. I remember when it launched, I did play a bit of online Dr. Mario with people, you know, back when the service first came up, but hadn't really been doing much of that since. Whoops. I could have stayed on that thwomp a little bit longer. Of course, the mecha would revive eventually and move, but let's pay attention here. It is obviously going to be a spin. Oh, we don't want to take too long here because of the way the platform drops off. So it is slightly concerning with time because we do need to get on that platform in order to get back out of it in time to drop the mecha one additional level. Let's knock it down. Hey, look at that, Z indicator, just like we were saying, except I should have gotten back onto the platform, probably. You finished all the Mario parties, so often you'll have multiplayer nights in which you and Mario Party together. I see. Yeah, I know you'd been going through the original N64 series. But, you know, to get people to actually play on the Nintendo Switch Online service, particularly with the premium N64 tier, whoops, spin jump over here, it definitely helps to have a regular group going. I would imagine so, anyway. I have Mario Party Superstars, rather. And I've hardly played it in spite of the fact that I know a lot of people on Twitch who run it. But I just never really find the time to get in on any of that. And I really should, because, you know, I see a number of streamers I follow run party nights on a fairly regular basis, and I just haven't been able to join them. Okay, let's take a little longer with this. We can afford to do a second spin, actually, because it just remains in position. We just remain in position until the platform follows me down. We don't need to be that exact about the timing there. Yeah, we can just drop here. Oh! Wait a minute. It was supposed to drop down at that point, though. Let's read this again. Yeah, I don't have the N64 tier, but I would definitely want to get in on Superstars at some point when I am actually actually able to make it to other people's streaming times, which is very difficult for me as a viewer sometimes. I mean, I broadcast at this very off-peak hour myself because I literally don't have any other time for video games. So, a little bit difficult to get in on people's parties, and I keep meaning to do so. Maybe over the holidays. Whoops. Yeah, let's do the additional bounce here. Maybe just an additional short bounce would be best. Yeah, possibly over the holidays things will loosen up a little bit, but we shall see. Okay, short bounce. And then we follow it down and drop the icicle. Spin, spin, down. There we go. What am I supposed to up throw here? I'm supposed to jump over. If I jump over, then it's going to drop one of the mechas down, again, probably with an icicle release, and then I would have an object that is throwable. Chess Bunzo, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. I don't know if you've been very active with the tournament circuit lately, but online or over the board, hope things have been proceeding smoothly. Okay. There's nothing that drops from there, though. I don't see where something is supposed to drop, because... Oh, I might need to watch where I'm kicking some of those mechas. Let's go down again and try it. No, spin jump. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, I thought I was going to be a little behind on the timing that time because of the extra bounce I took on the level above that. Yeah, you're thinking you might do Albany for New Year's. Yeah, I've been doing alright. I've been doing a little more local club play lately, which I hadn't really been able to make for a while. And not really finding the time to look at words at all, though. But, you know, sometimes you just need to keep the board vision warm. And okay, go down, short bounce. Then we'll drop it with the icicle. Yeah, neither... Oh, I see. No, you need to kick that to the left, because then you're able to catch it in this trap on the left side here. Or maybe it's supposed to walk off. No, you need to kick it to the left for sure. That's the thing I was missing. That's what I'm doing wrong. Because then you can pick it up and throw it. Okay. Leftward kick. Oh, a little too far to the right there. And yeah, MGM1, I'll definitely keep an eye out for your party streams. In case we can arrange something with Superstars at some point, but like I said, I've hardly really been able to play it. So my knowledge of, you know, actually working the boards is not that great. I never really kept up with Classic Mario Party very much on the N64, so a lot of the Superstars content actually was quite new to me. Okay, we're a little late on that drop there. We need to drop a little bit to the right, pick up the mecha. We're not late, actually, although I was a little above the platform the whole time instead of dropping on top of it. Whoops, nope, miss. Yeah, so if I got onto the falling platform just a little bit sooner, then we would have had plenty of wiggle room there. Need to be a little more precise about where we're kicking the mechas. Whoops. Yeah, thanks for lurking, MGM1, and for the raid, of course. And I hope you've had a good Thanksgiving weekend as well. I was just reminded that it was American Thanksgiving because, you know, I'm not in the US, but of course, many of you folks are. Okay. Okay. Oh, we actually did well that time. I just completely failed to reposition myself properly. I was just very surprised to pick that up, and we're completely out of position on the actual throw. But everything up to that point was correct. We just were a little caught off guard by success, which does happen when we first read an obstacle fairly often. Okay, down here we go. Then, whoops, completely missed that. Terrible overshot there. Then we'll go down. Oh, nope, that's a spin. And that's a spin where we need to kick it into the center column. I saw that just a little bit too late. Very efficient reuse of this mecha all the way down. It does mean that we should always keep our eyes on where it might be positioned next. Ah, I see. Yeah, the right arrows totally warned me about that. I just didn't think about it as a high bounce. And there's a thwomp that comes down at that point. Probably need to spin around it as it smashes the block for us, opening the passage to the right. That's really it. That's going to be the end of the vertical segment. Okay. Okay. Whoops. You know, we could have just dropped back down to the mecha to make that jump. We didn't need to wrap around so tightly. Do things the hard way, like we usually do. It was completely unnecessary to take that risk. But maybe. I wasn't quite sure about the falling angle if we went back down to the mecha, but, you know, it's still located in that trap for a reason. Whoops. So, we just made a big mess of things. But let's keep going. Alright, down we go. And down we go here. Oh, nope. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the kind of up throw that's going to drop the mecha into trap quickly enough for me to land on it on the other side, so that was not going to work out. Spin on it properly this time, if we can remember to do so. Yeah, that was not great, but we salvaged it. So. A little bit slow relative to the falling platform, though. It is one single continuous falling platform that we are working with, so we don't want too many fluctuations in timing on the way down. Although, of course, there does come a point when we are in free fall anyway, once we are far enough in the level, so let's keep going. Okay. Nope. Yeah, messed that up again. That was just a very simple up throw. Oh, whoops. It's okay, just need to stay relatively focused when it comes to discerning which jump is which. We've seen the bottom more than once at this point, so just a matter of polishing things up and making it down there smoothly. Okay, down we go. Nope, miss. Up throw, left, spin. You get the idea, except not like that. Okay. Down we go. Nope. You know what? I actually could have just maintained that spin for as long as I wanted. But, you know, once the thwomp was activated. Spectacular miss there once again as we got to the bottom. Okay, that's accurate for once. Whoops. Out of position once more. We should know that we should just crank it to the right as soon as we can and try to hit the one-way panels on the right, perhaps. I don't know if we have room to do that, but... obviously, a fair bit of room for improvement on the free fall at the end. Okay. Here we go. Snuck right under the thwomp. Rather too closely. Boss time. So it's going to be basically the inverse of the original fight in Super Mario World. This time Bowser with Clown Car is going to be all the way at the bottom, and then we still do all the mecha punching accordingly. I kind of wonder about those question blocks. What, do they give you power-ups or something else? There's nothing here that would strictly prevent you from getting a mushroom. It doesn't break anything mechanically, I think. Yeah, so. Oh, lost that. Whoa. Bowser's moving pretty quickly here. Yeah, so we should power up with the mushroom if we can, but also just watch our position. Not like that, obviously. The gap is very well placed relative to those question blocks to create precisely that trap. Nope. Just painted a bigger target on myself. Whoops. Totally saw that coming too. Okay, let's drop this. Nope. Now it's only going to take so many hits, a small Bowser. I want to say probably 7 hits or so. Hang on. I have to stop landing right on top of that when I'm just trying to claim the first mecha. Alright. Mushroom first. Okay, great. Get a big target on myself, and then... Nope, got trapped. He moves quickly. Okay. Nope, missed it. Limited opportunity if you're going to knock it off to that wall. I do like the power-up placement here quite a bit. There's a bit of risk and reward attached to it, which is the way that power-ups should work when it comes to boss fights. That you do have to earn them in a finite fashion. Definitely makes the layout very dynamic. Oh, look. Oh, yeah. Not very many hits, actually. This being small Bowser. Yeah, I suppose these doors were just for symmetry, if I'm not mistaken. Well, let's see, yeah. Alright then. Let's go over. I don't think that was anything, but... That's it. Thank you for the GG. I do want to look at more info for a moment, just to make sure my instincts were correct about the final screen there. Nowhere close to the Mang Mang 69 record, as you can see. Yeah, nothing there. Oh, I can see what you meant by getting above the level. That actually gets you pretty far if you can do that. Well, no, up to a point, because of the way that the scroll stopping would work. Or would it? We'll think about it later. Anyway. Yeah, I can skip the middle chunk, because that is what I'm seeing here. But then you basically have a hard stop once you get to the end of the first segment. But there's no actual wall that would enforce the scroll stop until that point, so... Okay, let's do another one. I'm going to switch to a different profile. We're going to unpin the current code, and we'll see if we can get the next one. Okay, so this is by Gilmore, longtime friend of the stream, under a couple of different account names that I can't remember. I remember the last one was something funny and like a really clever Mario-related pun, and I just have no recollection of what it was. But anyway, Lake of the Poison Dart Toad. Fire Flower, clear condition level, twirls not indicated. Lucas got a record on this one from back in August of this year. So well into the zone when I wasn't playing much Maker after Zelda came out, so I'd been meaning to catch up on it. I don't know if it's one that I did an early playtest of a while ago. It might not be. I'm probably thinking of a different level with a propeller or something. But let's see. reach the goal as Fire Mario. Let's do it. Okay, so you get fire right away. And then you have to fall onto this. Yeah, obviously we need to continue, but we'll just continue here as well, just to scout ahead. And it's going to be switching to spins at this point. And basically you need to spin here while continuing to fire. And knock down a column on the right. Okay. Whoops. No, we'll read this as we go and see what we can figure out. This flower is very well disguised by the other flowers. Nope. Yeah, we basically need to fire as we're falling down. Hit this. Spiny shell goes here. We jump on top of it here, and then... It'll be switching to spins at some point. Now... Yeah, because at some point we do have to switch to spins. Before the cannonball, I would think. Then over here, we fire everything to the right side, and we spin jump on a spike ball over to the dry bombs. Okay, I have not played this before in any form, so I did not playtest this one. Yeah, and you do need to suspend yourself with spins every now and then. It's not indicated for good reason, because, you know, you do need to work out a lot of that timing yourself without too much clutter. Whoops. Nope, that was not how we wanted to do it.
Oh, no.
We'll see where it makes sense. Oh, nope. Don't want to miss like that. We do need to hit the block instead.
Oh, no.
I see that there is an ice coin above that area as well, on top of the bumper. Whoops, we'll see what to do with that when we get there.
Oh, no.
But yeah, it is when we're going down towards the Goomba that we need to do things properly. Nope, missed. Okay, hang on.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Switching to the spin here, I see what's going on. You have to bounce, and then you have to hit the ice coin in order to lower the cannon. Then the cannon gives you a platform that you can use to switch to spins. That's what it is. No, spin off of that. It's going to be a spin wall jump. I didn't realize it was a wall jump because I saw the cannon, but not the red blaster. But since you are making contact with the wall with the red blaster, you slide off of it and you switch to spins as you make it over to the blue spike tops. Whoops, nope, didn't mean to hit the bumper like that.
Oh, no.
We came in a little bit too high. We shouldn't come in so high to hit the bumper. We should hit the blaster and then spin accordingly. Yeah, it's pretty understandable once you actually see it. Immune to fire, very important that they are. At that point, I wonder if that gives you enough mileage. We need to do shorter spins, basically. We're still firing with every spin at that point, so we should not be doing high jumps like that. So we can take down as much of the column as we can to give ourselves some headroom. No, on top of the bones, and then you lower the muncher stack.
Oh, no.
The muncher stack presumably gives you something else to bounce off of towards the piranha. One of the few levels I've seen really kind of use this spinning property of the fire flower in a very controlled manner. Now, we did need to just spin as high as possible because we don't get to fire manually at that point. We are using the spin fire. And with a jump at its apex, it should be able to hit the ice, rather the blue block accurately, hit the ice block accurately as long as we get up to the blue block. So we just need to reposition a little bit. Also, did I totally didn't post a code to this. Hang on while I pin that in chat. Yes, who knows? We may be here for a while. Okay. Let's do it. Yeah, once you read it, it's very understandable. We don't want to accidentally nuke the piranha, of course. Okay, I was trying to get in position there to fire at this thing, and it totally didn't work.
Oh no!
That's okay, we just need to fix that jump off the dry bones then. Whoops, miss. As long as we lower the muncher stack there, we should be fine, but we need a way to do it consistently. Yeah, this spin fire property is not one that I usually see in a very controlled fashion, so... Yeah, so we would need to spin fire that, lower the muncher stack, get rid of the piranha, fall onto the blue skull, and then keep going from there. Nope, miss. Yeah, pretty technical so far. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Totally missed it. And you do have a very limited opportunity to do so. You're not going to get a second bounce. Okay, up we go. And then... up. Yeah, I'm nowhere near the correct position for this. I think I do need to do a manual fire, even after we're spinning. MGM1, you're back. If you don't speak for a long time, assume you fell asleep. Yeah, that's fine. I'll try not to startle you with any sudden noises. Like sneezing into the microphone or something. Whoops, no, missed that. Yeah, MGM1, weren't you also doing the original Super Nintendo Super Mario RPG, or am I thinking of somebody else? I know that, of course, obviously with the Super Mario RPG remake having come out, that there's been a lot of interest in both the versions of the game as streaming content and stuff. I last played it well over a decade ago, and it's one of those games where, you know, I have played it in such a long time, but my memory for the soundtrack is still probably perfect. It's a great musical score. And I haven't picked up the new remake version yet, but certainly one of the things I've been looking forward to about it was the fact that the original composer had come back to orchestrate everything, and the music is a very big draw for me, so... Okay, we're spinning there, and okay, we need to fix this. I was hoping that we would just be able to spin a position, but no, we do need some kind of manual fire, even... But we don't get the manual fire if we're spinning like that. We just need to spin into the correct position, just do a full spin up to that block. Possibly, actually, it might be the twirl, in fact. We're in the... But no, we're in mid-spin, though. That wouldn't work. Let's figure that out. There's something that I'm not understanding about how to fire in the correct position in that later segment. There's something we're definitely doing wrong as we get out of this. I think it's the second bounce that the timing possibly lines up if we just do 2 high bounces off of the dry bones. There's some kind of intended timing there that makes the spin work, and I don't know what it is. But it's not going to be manual fire. I don't think it can be a manual fire.
Oh no!
Interesting fact about you, you never beat it, but a friend of you is helping you change that. Ah, okay. Yeah, I cleared it originally around the GameCube era, actually, because that's when I was catching up on a lot of the big Super Nintendo JRPGs, which I didn't play when they were originally out. It's not really a genre that I was aware of much until actually getting into video game music around the GameCube era. And that's when I went back to play a lot of things like Super Mario RPG, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Earthbound, you know, the major landmarks of the era. Okay. No, it's not it. I'm not sure, because you got a blue block over here, and I just don't have a manual fire that seems available. Unless I'm supposed to swap into the standard jump somehow, but possibly something I don't understand about swapping jumps. No. I mean, I'm trapped in a spin there, unless I go... Ah, no, I go over to the blue platform first, because we're not using for anything else. I go to the blue platform first, I double back with a standard jump, then I fire. Yeah, no. I was looking at the blue platform the whole time and thinking, maybe I need it going left or right going forward, but it's clear to me that because we're going up past a muncher stack, that I use the blue platform to reverse jump types. Good to see you again, Luca, incidentally. Don't know how long you've been lurking, but... Let's keep going. Always nice to see some of the record holders here. No, it's not going to be that. But I can't see how it could be anything else.
Oh no!
No, I think it has to be that. Because there's nowhere else to reverse jump types, right? With the second dry bones. It looks like it should be that. It's either that or a wall jump, because those are the only things that will allow me to switch out of the spin. And I think it is going to be the blue platform. I just haven't positioned ourselves or timed it accurately yet. Because if you used a spike ball...
Oh no!
Okay, you used a spike ball to get there safely, and I think I'm able to still make a jump back to the left, as long as I manage my height and twirl a little bit. Whoops. Yeah, the positioning... Yeah, because we don't need the spike ball both ways, we just need it... Because in order to get back to... Okay, so we go left to right, and we use the spike ball to get to the blue platform. The reason we use it is because we obviously can't use it on the way back since we're switching back to the standard jump. So we use the spike ball to position ourselves on the blue platform so we can get back off of it onto the second dry bones in the stack as we go right to left. And then we go up, then we fire. I kind of need to talk my way through it while I'm not playing. Easier to show it once I'm able to show it. You know, I don't even need to jump onto dry bones, and I shouldn't. I shouldn't jump onto dry bones because I need to hit the top one to fire once, and I need to hit the second one in order to get on top of whatever drops down with a muncher stack. So we go onto Spike Ball over to dry bone stack. We don't jump on it. Yeah, that's the correction to what I said earlier. Yeah, I get it now. Pay attention to coins there. Coins? What are those for? Oops. Oops. Totally missed.
Oh no!
At least we confirmed that a 1-up mushroom comes out of the red plaster. Not that that's going to be helpful in any capacity. And I missed it, but that is correct. And then the blooper gives you a pretty wide target. And you hit the piranha plant with one fireball. You get onto the skull platform. You hit the next ice block with another fireball. And you continue from there. Okay, we understand it. We just need to execute it, but we do understand it. When will we be able to exchange all our collected Mario coins into real-world money? Well, here's the problem, right? Is that NSMB2 completely broke the coin economy. Like it was printing money like it's the Weimar Republic. And that pretty much sank any kind of real-world currency exchange scheme after that. I mean, I guess if we really wanted Nintendo to get into crypto, and have games tied to Mario Coin, where you play to earn on the blockchain. That would have been different, but I think we're kind of fortunate that they're design-wise a much too conservative company to go for that kind of thing, when everybody else was trying to jump aboard about 2 years ago. If you look at all of the mobile partnerships from Nintendo, actually, it's almost like they're just trying to send you the message, well, if you want real video games, you shouldn't be on mobile. Very similar for them. Rather wisely passing on a lot of the crypto fetishness that was going on about 2 years ago. But anyway, hope that answers your question. I just need to fire more accurately. That's all there is to it. We jumped a little bit too far to the left and didn't hold into the jump very well when it comes to gaining height, so... Okay, up we go. Nope, too late. That was pretty poor positioning coming out of the blue platform, so... And Sasha Lonely, welcome. Coins are just made to have chocolate inside. That explains Choco Island, I suppose. And whenever you're looking for literal Easter eggs. Oops. Just reminds me that for future Mario Maker games, we really do need a sweets and cookies theme, since that has been such a staple of the Mario series for a long time. Whoops. Completely flubbed that spike ball. Okay, let's just try to stay on the ball in a very literal sense. Whoops, that didn't work. Bit of a higher bouncer just to anticipate the ball, I think, when we have already lowered the stack by enough. Come on. Okay. Nope. Positioning was totally off that time too with the high bounce, so we had no issues with that obstacle earlier on, and suddenly we're failing it every time. So something about my pattern fell off a bit, but we'll just have to get it back. Okay, here we go. Oh, nope, got stuck there. Shouldn't have done a high bounce. We still haven't hit the net accurately coming out of the dry bone stack, so lots of work to do. Particularly because we've got a chunk of the level left to read after that. I'll have to repeat the early content a couple of times, I'm sure. Whoops, nope. Nope. Well, we'll get there eventually. Once we get all the early errors out of the way. Spin up. Low bounces. There we go, finally. No. Okay, so...
Oh, no.
yeah, we just didn't do well with that pokey. I mean, I saw the donut staircase there and didn't know what to do with it. But I think we just need to fire faster and more frequently. Nope, too late. Bad positioning on a blue platform once again, so... well, we got quite a bit further than we had before. Nope. Once again, just hesitating too long on the blue platform because I keep thinking I'm going to get whacked by the spike ball, so... we were staying on a little bit too long to avoid potential issues with the spike ball that we shouldn't have gotten into that trap in the first place. Yeah, no, here's the problem, is that
Oh, no.
I think I need the... I mean, the spike ball isn't going to roll on a blue platform. It's going to roll into the water either way, I think. So, we need to stop worrying about it so much and just make sure we get off the blue platform as soon as possible. Yeah, let the spike ball go down. Nope, too low.
Oh, no.
It is not a viewer level. I do viewer levels fairly regularly on weekends, but today I'm catching up on some backlog from makers who are known to the stream. some levels from several months ago that I had missed because I was sort of inactive while playing Zelda. And in some cases, some levels that have been sitting around on my to-do list for a couple of years. So this is not a viewer level, but I do have the current code pinned, I believe. It is a level by somebody who comes by here often, but who can't always make it to my queue because I run at very inconvenient times. So we do try to catch up with friends at a stream whenever we can. But yeah, we do run an open queue on weekends. We've been off of that for a couple of weeks, but we are back on track. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, we'll stay on that as late as possible just to get that out of the way. Whoa, no. I wonder how that works, because
Oh no!
we have to take out so much of that. And I don't know if I can fire quickly enough to make that happen. So maybe we're missing something. But that's a lot of ice. Maybe I'm not even supposed to ride a skull on top of that. But we'll see. Oh, missed. Looks like we're pretty close to the end,
Oh.
potentially. I just missed a Koopa. That would have made all the difference. There's a lot going on here. Okay. Yeah, we used the steps. The reason we fire in a staircase is because a fireball deflection is going to hit the pokey on top. That's what gets rid of it, is if we get a fire bounce on top of the donut blocks, it lops it off at the head, which is what it's for. That's the whole point of the donut staircase. But missed. Wrong side. But yeah, it means we probably shouldn't just spam the fire button. There are a few locations we have to hit precisely. Because hitting the donut staircase is absolutely necessary. Whoops. Let's try it again. Here we go. Okay. Oh, missed it. Well, let's see how much there is. Yeah, this is the flagpole over here.
Oh.
So the idea is that you have to fire one last time as you get to the piranha at the end to clear it, and then that's probably the point at which you're going to hit the flag. That's pretty much the end. We just need to land on the thwomp. Ride out its momentum, and we should be okay. Not a very long level, so just been taking forever with it. Fire precisely. Here we go. Alright, thank you for the GG. Let's do another one. There's another very recent Gilmore one that I haven't done yet, so... Let's just pull up the profile. Because he just had a very fresh upload from a couple of weeks ago. And we'll drop this code in the chat as well. Just one moment. Swooper's Shaft. And yeah, Luca, incidentally, I did see that you had a final upload of Flip and Slide, which I playtested for you a little while back. I will probably play that one after this one. Did have it in my notepad here of things to get to, so if you're able to stay, that'd be great. But first, let's see if we can get through this relatively efficiently. Swooper's Shaft, while killing consistently, move into one when it's moving up or down. There's no way I'll remember that. Let's see how it goes. Okay, squirrel. Oh, okay, it's a squirrel clan. Ah, I see. Move into one when it's something. No, hang on. We don't want to boost into it. I don't know why I keep thinking mentally that I'm going to twirl, but that's obviously not going to be the case. Okay, let's go back and figure this out. Then, I mean, obviously you do lose the swoop at that point. Then you'd have to boost through here. Yeah, this is just a little bit of damage boost lock protection. Gives you a fairly gentle retry opportunity. Let's jump back and forth, perhaps. That way we don't think about boosting until we're near the end of that segment. Okay. Yeah. Much better. Okay. Now, here's another one. Nope, let's go back. I was thinking when I saw the relatively high clear percentage that it would be a series of challenges like this with gentle resets, but a lot of retries just to get things done correctly. Whoop, nope, that's not gonna be it. Yeah, there's a fairly lengthy segment here, so that prevents any kind of obvious cheesing. Yeah, we'll need to read this in such a fashion that we figure out what side we want to cling on to at any given time. You thought the clear rate is a lie? Yeah. Like a cake. Oops. I mean, we're likely to time out before anything else. I think we just need to continue clinging onto it, perhaps. Can we? As we slide down, there has to be some kind of wall jumping to prevent the slide, though. Nope. We probably don't want to do that, because it does kill the cling. Yeah, we need to get all the way over here and then boost up, which means that we need to basically get onto the right side of the one heading anti-clockwise on the second loop. A lot of it is figuring out how to reverse the orientation that you have, I think. Nope. Too high, don't want to touch the muncher. We're totally going to time out. I bet. Whoa,
no!
look at that. That was a spectacular way to go. Alright, hopefully we can do the first segment somewhat consistently, though. Or not. But we do know that the first segment is there to teach you that you should be going back and forth without sliding or swooping. At least not yet. Yeah, mechanically a bit of a tricky thing to implement. Oops. Especially with these drifting away from you. Nope. Alright. I'm going to cling against it as we're going over. We just need to not get into the slide if we can avoid it. Yeah, and we have to cling onto it before it's in our direction of travel. If one of the columns is in our direction of travel, we slip right off of it. So that doesn't work so well. So we have to get on while it's still traveling on the vertical column. Whoops. And moreover, while the bottom block is traveling in the middle of the track on the vertical segments. Otherwise it's too late. Yeah, so we actually should watch. We should be watching the bottom blocks. If the bottom block is already rounding the curve, then we're not going to cling.
No!
It's kind of tricky because mentally you think that you should be watching the blasters themselves because that's your landing point, but you should actually be watching the bottom block to see if it's going to be clingable in a valid position, or maybe not. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now let's try this. 263 seconds remaining. We haven't really been using the glide. That's something that has been conspicuous to me here. We also can't use the boost until the very end. And we know that because we know that's what the exit point will require. Like I said, we shouldn't use the boost until the end.
No!
Or for that matter, get pinched. Okay. If we can do this early segment quickly and consistently, though, we should be fine. 300-second timer may actually be an issue here in terms of just how long we can spend retrying, but luckily the first segment is going a little better than it used to. Not great, but slightly improved. Nope. Not like that, it doesn't. However, well, I was curious. One-way panels are almost certainly all stacked there because of entity limit. Probably to silence the blasters, I would guess. It's the only thing I can think of motivating all the one-way panels there. It definitely seems like it's an entity limit blocker. Okay. Let's try it again. I don't really even know which platform to cling onto here, that's the thing. Because basically you would loop over, and presumably you would go to the left after that. So you can get on the right side of one of the platforms. Oh, nope. Seems like it might be right, as long as we can Yeah, we basically want to get to the right side with enough time to spare. Anyway. Yeah, but we can't use the boost until the very end of the segment, that we know for sure. Alright, let's watch the bottom block again. Oh, nope. Have to transfer as much as we can. We do know the pattern, we just need to recreate it. Nope. Yeah, but still going to the right, the wall jump will fail. Wall cling, and wall jump. No. Well, we're burning a lot of time on this attempt, so past a certain point, it may even be wiser to start over now before we get ourselves into unsalvageable a situation. But the more practice we can get, the better, so let's just try to move forward anyway. No, we should have waited for the next one. We had time. No. Doesn't pay to be too impatient here. We do need to watch the bottom block once again and use that as our calibration. Probably as it's going up the next column as well, then we can use it. Anyway, the timer was going to be an issue that time, so better just start it over. Try to catch it on the first cycle. In fact, catching on the first cycle makes some things a lot more convenient. Everything just lines up. Alright, we need to let things cycle first, I think. Oh, get a better intuitive sense of timing for how long we have on the cling. Too soon on that. You know, that was actually correct. We glide across, and then we cling onto the next loop. The next loop is pretty much the same, I think. So we just keep transferring whenever possible, and taking advantage of the glide to cover some of the longer distances. Nope.
Oh, no.
But yeah, falling on that one, and then gliding all the way to the next segment might be the key here. Whoops. That was a mistake. Oops, nope. Missed the wall jump. Yeah, for consistency's sake, we should watch when the blocks are just traveling vertically. It's the easiest way to guarantee that something works. Yeah, and everything lines up very nicely on the first cycle. Then we can still do it. Alright, let's let Things get loaded. Nope. Nope, that's not gonna work. But there probably is some kind of back and forth with that. That will become necessary. But we are kind of improvising through it. I don't really have a set pattern for that yet, since this is the first time we've had a chance to see the timing on a right side segment, so. Nope, too high. It's kind of interesting that it doesn't make contact with the muncher straight away until you get into the slide animation, then it makes contact. No, we're clinging onto the first one too early. We need to wait until it's higher up. Because then we have room to transfer. This is actually quite tricky. Nope. Although, tempting. Do it that way, but we obviously can't bounce on the trampolines on the right side. We do need to get out before then. Nope. Squished. Yeah, very easy to get squished by those columns. There's a bit of an unfortunate downside, perhaps. Okay. Nope, missed a jump. Maybe I accidentally pulled away from the wall when I was jumping, like it's Super Metroid or something. Yeah, mechanically probably just pressing that direction too early before I'm successfully making the jump. Alright, let's try it again. 240 seconds over here. Could be a lot better, but I'll take it. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, let's go later, basically, on that one. Nope. That was almost the right idea. If we got on the right side there just a little bit higher, that could have had a lot of potential. Because you just get off of that one, glide, and then boost. That looked like it really could have been correct, with just a minor adjustment. Nope, too late. Okay. Nope, too low. Let's wait. Nope. A little bit quick on a trigger there. Let's wait for the next cycle. We're burning too much time on this once again, so. As long as we watch the positioning on the bottom blocks, we're generally going to be fine. Okay, to 30 seconds into that. Let's wait for this to get higher. That's the adjustment needed to be made. Whoops, no. You want to cling to the column's dead center whenever we can, just to avoid collision issues. Too low, I could tell. But it has some potential. That's the pattern. Alright, down we go. And that will take you down. There we are. 174 seconds to do the rest, basically. Whoa. Okay, it's rhythmic. That's fine. That is something global. Nope. Let's try to get out of here before we die so we can reset it. $152. Doesn't look as bad as the second segment, though, in terms of readability. Nope. Let's just go back immediately. Would love to get on this attempt, because I don't know how successfully we'll be able to redo part 2. Donut blocks only add a bit of a wrinkle as well. Whoops. Yeah, let's get this as it's going up. Okay, there we go. And then let's not take damage on the way up the pipe. Checkpoint. There we go. Progress. Now we cling and cling and cling. Yeah, at this point the 300-second timer should not be much of an issue. And we can, even after losing the boost, redo this with partial progress due to the on-off switch. We probably don't want to boost yet at this point. Except the top track seems long gone. Yeah, we'll likely time out in this segment, so let's see how we do. Oh, okay, we need to reset this. Reset that. Oh, do we do some kind of double activation? Or, oh no, I guess with this release, what you reset down here, the on-off switch reverts. Well, seconds, we're not going to make it anywhere useful here. Oh, almost. I just didn't realize. I think we probably should have wall jumped it and then boost. That's right. We didn't see it. We'll try it again. Nope. Oh, missed opportunity to get on the left side column right away after opening up the on-off switch. Okay. Nope. pulling away from me at the time, so we didn't manage to make contact. So yeah, there was the switch reset down there, so we'll do this again. Glide over. Nope. Again, a few visibility issues with that, I think, just not knowing when we were going to hit the top of the column, but we'll try it again and see if the situation improves. Nope, but it's going to be a reset. We could have gone straight for it. We didn't. And we'll have to reset anyhow. Oops. Hang on, just missing everything now. We do need to save the boost, of course, for the ending. Nope. Once again, just not reacting very well to where the top of that column was going to be. We just need to stay on the moving track a fair bit longer, I think, before we start slipping. Nope. Then it's going to be heading over here and then boosting at the arrow. Oops. It's okay. We're at checkpoint. Not a big loss. Nope. Nope. Yeah, as long as we don't hit the reset at the bottom yet, we're still able to make some progress. And maybe not. Might as well just reset it all. Oops, no, that was an accidental jump. Oh, no, almost. I was hoping I could get up there in time, but... yeah, I can't really see where the top track is going at any given time. That's a limitation for sure. And we've lost a boost at this point, so we do need to reset. I wonder if it's possible to land on this block here without being in view of the pipe spawning the state reset. If we just land on top of the green. But the thing is, if we lose the squirrel suit, we would need to pick it up here anyway. It's more if we lose the boost, but not the suit. We want to find a good reset location that doesn't require me to redo the on-off switch too many times. Nope. It's flying away from me. Yeah, if you land on top there without slipping down, then you can maintain the on-off state. Looks like it, because the pipe isn't within view. Not happening that time, though. Nope, knew that was going to be a problem. Well, it just takes a little bit of finesse. There we go. Ride it out. And spin. And there's quite a lot more with 145 seconds remaining. Yeah, it does matter which side you're on, I think. Nope, it's going away from you at the time. That's not going to work. Nope. Yeah, it's pulling away, you just don't get the cling. Okay. "95 seconds. So we're pretty close at this point. Let's see what we're dealing with. We should enter from the... Whoop, no, this side perhaps. Looks like it's a potentially very long track though. Just don't see where it's going to be. Oh, you know what? We can just go up this way though. Okay. Then we need to boost up here. 60 seconds. We can do it. Now, do we understand it a bit better? Yeah, we just take the wall jump with what way panels up. Because these platforms basically stay up here at this point anyway, so... Oh, almost. 35 seconds, let's drop quickly and do it again. Nope. We do need a boost at the end, so can't have any accidents. Yeah, we need to wrap around to the center, basically. We know how to do it, it's just actually executing it properly that is becoming the issue. Nope. Not going to make it on this attempt, though. That's alright, we're at checkpoint. We know what we need to work on. We've got a lot of the early parts figured out. How consistently we can do it is a different question, but we have a general method when it comes to visualizing what it is we need to accomplish. So, where we need to be in the outside position and where we need to be on the inside. Nope, don't boost. We need it. Yeah, some things are salvageable from time to time. Nope, missed. Okay, let's try to do this without resetting the on-off, if we can. Yeah, we're just at a range of the on-off reset, so not an issue this time, I hope. Nope. And then we have to reset the whole thing again. Okay, this turned out to be quite tricky. Nope. We'll just reposition ourselves. There's a fair bit of flexibility when it comes to where to go, but getting here with about 200 seconds remaining is a good sign. Nope. Yeah, actually, let's try to cling on this side to start. We start on the outside position. That simplifies things quite a bit, almost. Problem is that diving into a platform that's moving away from you, diving into a column that's moving away from you is what makes the cling fail. It's intuitive, it's readable, it's still very difficult to execute. because there are so many constraints in what you can realistically cling to as you're heading up. Possibly we just want to ride it around the way we did previously. Yeah, it's a lot better actually. Nope, too high. Yeah, we just trade platforms to basically improve our clinging when it comes to timing. Nope, too high. Once again, it's not until you start slipping that it makes contact with the muncher, so. Okay, got it. 87 seconds to do the final segment. Oh, nope. Well, we're under very similar time pressure to what we had last time we had a reasonable looking attempt. Nope, we don't want to boost. Not yet. Fling. Up. Nope. Not high enough. Okay, that's a lot better. Should be out of here at this point, 27 seconds. Nope, we're not done. Some kind of final challenge. You know what? Why don't we just go high like this? Then drop in.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Love the timing on that little cling at the very end. That is just done automatically for you. Neat little finish. Well, okay, that took some work. But thank you for the GGs. As promised, let's go on to the final version of Luca's Clip and Slide. Which I think is also a preview of the Super World, isn't it? One of the many that were uploaded in advance. From the Mang and Luca show. Hope the Super World is progressing nicely, incidentally. I know you've been working on it all year. Everything I've seen from it so far has made it look like a major event, so let's unpin the previous code. Mention this one, which I can't seem to pin yet because Twitch is being twitchy. Level for our grateful friend Oyusacha. 2 years of that. And the Super World is coming soon. So we've been promised. I did playtest an early version of this. I don't think I've seen everything that was put in eventually because I think I did a bit of a partial look at it, but this was a couple of weeks ago, so let's see how it goes. A few more levels you need to get done, yeah. Take your time, like I said. I'm planning to spend most of January to April playing Maker 1, so... But of course, when this drops, we'll definitely be looking at the Super World extensively. It would be a very high priority on this stream, with how much we playtested for it before. So yeah, I should be able to remember the mechanic for this, since it uses the best item in the game, in a very novel way that I was not personally familiar with. Yeah. We slide through the box. Hope Nintendo doesn't nuke anything. Then down a slope. Except not. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we need to drop the donut block first, obviously. Then over here. Showing you that the slide state is maintained as you go through an upward slope. Very important thing to review. For purposes of a level like this. And then you kick. Oh, no. You need to kick it. And then we're able to... wait, we don't need to do that. We just go through. Okay. And then this is a bit of a loop. Oh, no. Okay, we... actually had run into that before, I think, where we... there was something I had to do to make it through, and I had done it. Because I remember testing that specifically. I just don't remember it. Or we were just caught off guard by it. We need to get off of this onto the track block. Then we have a slope interaction that allows us to go through. Yep. Yeah, but we just loop around quickly. You know what? Let's lower this first. Whoops. You just slam our way up. Nope, let's do it again. Maintain a sliding state, and then maintain a sliding state all the way over here, too. Long jump, actually. Into the crouch. Lift that up. And then down this way to maintain the slide going back. And we need to kick all of this stuff. Probably. No, we just sit here and get bumped. And I think that happened to me last time, too. That's not the first time I've done that. That is definitely not the first time I've done it. Let's, okay, yeah, we maintain a sliding state, but we let go, so we don't do that. This seems familiar to me, too, bouncing around here. I feel like that was something that was clipped. Okay. Yeah. That isn't even the bully's final form. Okay. Up we go. Then we maintain a sliding state through the reversal. And we just let ourselves get lifted here. Okay. Oh, and we can just drop it like that. That seems important. Exclamation block over there. I'm just trying to think about what we're going to do about it. Because it looks like it is approachable from below, right? Hang on. Looks like a secret placement for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, because it's not something you can approach from above, just given the platform it is. Because if you go down this way, you lift it, but then that doesn't get me to the left side there. There's something I would need to do in order to position myself properly. Possibly something involving a tree. Or a slope. Oh yeah, you can just drop on it from above. Okay. And look at that, it's What even is that? Some kind of treat. Ice cream cake? Exclamation marks. Yeah, with 2 candles. With 2 years for Shastra. Yeah, that's right. 2YWS. That's what it is. Okay, now we do this again. All the way down to column. Checkpoint. Okay, there we go. And then we have to hit jump. Full momentum off of this bounce. Nope. There we go. Slide. Then. And then we hit that. But then... Oh, we did. Oh yeah, okay, we just need to tap that. Wait. Nope, wrong way. There we go. Not exactly breaking any records here, but we'll this. And then we need to do this again. Oh, and then before this goes down. Whoop. There we go. And key's probably inside the crate. We might need to slide this up repeatedly. I remember this too, actually. And we lift it and then we slam it once it's at the top. Whether that's enough. Yep, hitbox will work out just fine. It's parked in a cloud like that. Look at a snowy boom boom here. The abominable boom boom. We got it. Not exactly touching the record 69 here either. But look at that, maintaining the 50% clear rate though, which I suppose is pretty fitting. Okay, so we've got time. We're going to play some more. Let's bring up something else from the long list. Yeah, I didn't manage to pin the previous one, but let's bring up this one. So yeah, a couple of people who have been dormant for a while have started uploading again. This is one of them. Major had been gone for quite a long time. 2 clears in this. This is another Mang record. We keep running into these, basically. I suppose somebody here has good taste. Rebirth, revival, resurrection, regeneration, resurgence, reawakening, etc. with 1 checkpoint. I have no idea how this one's going to play. Major has rated quite a lot of variety in the past when it comes to puzzles, trolls, occasionally janky mechanical levels with a pretty strong but not very Nintendo approved core concept. Let's see what this is. Again, a very new upload from this week. And the first one in a very long time, as far as I can remember. Okay, bounce on that. We maintain bounces on top of the Goombas until the Dry Bones revives. That seems like the sensible thing, and then we're going to totally fail to get enough momentum off the last jump, so... Okay, let's not lose our position here. And yeah, it looks like we have to return to that possibly multiple times, or, well, we'll see. Well, the title of Rebirth seems to indicate that the central concept here is just managing the time that it takes for a dry bones to respawn, so we can go back to it. So, full jumps wherever possible, I think, just to delay things as much as we can. Ah, yeah, we go back up. Wasn't quite clear on that. I'm not even sure we should go back. Maybe we should keep going forward, and then it will be reborn by the time the track reaches its destination, where we just keep on going forward from one dry bone to the next, and then the track is going to load up some skeletons for us to have some further jumps past that point. Repositioning a little too quickly here. So yeah, we'll go left and we'll just keep on going through each one of these. Yay, yay, and then we go to the dry bones on the left side, I think, as it revives. Yeah, we will need to read some of these rooms a few times, I think, before we really get a hang of all the timings. Wait a minute here, though. With the on-off switch being toggled like that, I guess that just means it's going to be a controlled jump going to the left, but I'm not completely clear. Because, of course, we are bumping into the blue columns that have been placed there, strategically to block full jumps. And it looks like we will land on the left side, land on top of the note block, bounce through the dry bones that has not yet revived, and then bounce on it again when it has revived. So it will be a controlled bounce to the left, not a full bounce. We just need to read that accurately. Yeah, we just need to be careful about that, because it's possible I'm misreading that, just given the placement of the blue column, but we'll have to go back and see. Whoops. As it is a little tricky to get in position there, but if we hug the left wall and have a pretty clear trajectory, we should be able to get onto the note block and then onto a suspended dry bones that has been revived. But it isn't just going to be full jumps, contrary to what I was saying moments ago. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I was just missing the full bounce there, because I was watching the bones and not the note block. But that is correct, actually. Control jump over to the note block, then we bounce on it until bones become available. It does seem like it's the right thing to do. Nope. You know what? We'll just do it again until it revives. Oh, nope. Not like that, it doesn't. Missed a window of timing there. Yeah, we just kept on missing the input on the note block. Took me a while to readjust there. After the control jump to the left. Have to fix that forward momentum once again. Makes a big difference that the blue column that activates to the left side isn't just a full wall, but rather has a bit of an open gap around a note block. Means you can't just hold left the whole time and hope left at best. Nope. Yeah, we do need to hit the full jump on a note block for the timing to make sense, I think. Also notice I didn't pick up the key. I don't even remember if I had successfully picked up the key previously, so... Possibly there's an additional bounce that we need to do. Because you have two bounces. You have Goomba on one bounce, you have Bones on a second bounce. Maybe you land on the blue platform to pick up the key, and then you just do a normal jump over to the left. Okay, full bounces all the way. Well, let's see. Oh, no, wrong way. That's why there are 3 arrows to the left. It's not that you go to the left multiple times, it's that it's making sure you can do a blind read and really take going to the left seriously. Slide grader, welcome. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, 2 bounces, grab the key, now we bounce. Yeah, much cleaner. Much, much cleaner. We just needed to notice the key, I think. Then from then on, it was a little clearer what to do. Okay, we do need to get a side bounce there, and then a short bounce. For both of the bones, perhaps. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm not doing an open queue today, but I do a stream with an open queue at least once a week, sometimes more. Today we're getting through a bit of a backlog of new levels by old friends of the stream, just because we don't have the time to do this very often. But I do take suggestions and requests on some other days, so... That's really been the core of our programming. We have been doing viewer levels somewhat regularly over the past couple of years, although we have been off for most of this month. So yeah, if you have anything new that needs playtesting, hopefully you'll be able to catch me. I do usually run at this time a couple of days a week. Oops. I have my doubts about that short bounce from bone to bone on the top. I suspect it's not actually the path. It seems too low a ceiling for even a short bounce to be plausible there. But we'll see. My estimates have been wrong before. That feels a lot cleaner than what I was doing before. Let's try to make it over first. No, we have to actually make the bounce, of course. We should just hug the wall for that. And bounce on the bones, and then lots of leftward momentum going into that, so maybe that'll fix the problem with the low ceiling when we get to it. Up we go. That's not too difficult to execute at all once you understand it. Yeah, and that revives, but then we missed the point of contact for the P-switch. I think you need to do a high bounce off the top left bones in order for the P-switch to activate. Then you land back on the original dry bones. Get to the door with the P-switch active to give you a platform. I do see the sequence and how it's supposed to go, we just didn't execute it cleanly. I'll have to try it again. Oh, came in a bit low. Alright, once the timings are clear though, it's not... that takes too much work. There we go. And as long as we get to bounce off the top right accurately, we should be fine. But we do need maximum leftward momentum off of that, so the facing direction will matter. We'll go back to it and see how it goes. Okay, back down. Nope. A little bit tricky to get that bounce. I did it once before, but it's not like we haven't played tons and tons of levels that use the notorious Mang bounce. So just a little bit out of practice. Whoop, bad timing there. Walked right off the edge. In most cases, full jumps account for consistency issues in this level, so when it comes to timing, timing is pretty critical because we need the bones to revive. Yeah, whoops, no, one more bounce. Grab the key, yeah. It's surprising that segment works at all, really. But the timing is pretty tightly tuned to be reliable. Yay, yay, and look at that. Yeah, no, we're falling back onto the bones a little bit too late, which tells me that something is off about my jumps on the note blocks. And my timing on the note blocks themselves is slightly off where I need it to be. How to fix that, of course, is a different question. More full bounces everywhere we can. There we go, that fixes that. At least for now. Alright, the top right bounce is the main concern here. Okay, on-off switch. Yeah, on-off switch probably activates the P instantly, and then... or perhaps on a bit of a delay so we can actually... yeah, we would need to hit the dry bones before the P activates, so... it probably is an on-off switch that activates the P on a slight delay that requires me to make an additional bounce into the air. Land back onto the P blocks, get through the door. That should be how it works. No, once again, something is late here. With the way I'm getting in to the platform on the left. Perhaps too high a bounce going onto the note blocks. Something about my timing has fallen off. The reliability that I was getting off of it earlier. Let's try it one more time. Yeah, slightly shorter bounce on a note block actually does fix that. Alright, let's see about the top right bounce. Once we get there. Yeah, we just need to angle ourselves better off of the top left dry bone so we can hit the on-off switches. It is a little out of view with the way that is currently designed. Maybe I wasn't paying attention to the camera scroll there until it was too late. Alright, let's fix this up once again. bit of a lower bounce there so we can catch the bones accurately as it starts to shake. Oh, nope, too high bounce there. I was anticipating the top left a little too early when it comes to the jump button. It's obviously supposed to be a minimum bounce with that extra leftward momentum from the spring that gets you across. Then you need to course correct a little bit when you bounce onto the top left so you don't overshoot the on-off switch the way we were doing previously. I actually do have a little bit of visual warning for it, as long as you kind of know what to look out for. No, too short. Too short a bounce. We just didn't curve it very accurately and just ended up a tiny bit shy of the switch itself. But yeah, very clear to me at this point that it's supposed to be a P activation on a delay. With that, it would necessitate an extra bounce off of a revived dry bones in the bottom left. Whoops. Oh, that was terrible positioning. I was trying to fall accurately into the blue wall and just completely missed that time. Alright, let's try it again. That was a lot cleaner. No, still falling short. Never mind. I am trying to hold a full jump into that one, but just a little bit off there. Just a tiny bit out of reach. But we'll try to fix it. Hopefully it's not a reading error like this segment was. But whoops, what was that? Terrible curve to the left that time, that was unintentional. Right again. There we go. And the line tells you where to land for the dry bones, and we just missed it completely anyway, so surprised I was to actually hit the switch for once. We just didn't really think about the fall until it was too late. Up we go. And we'll try it again. P? Where's my P? Oh no, you need to cycle all the way back around, actually. Yeah, it's a P on a long delay. You're not just stomping on that once, you're actually cycling through the whole way. That makes sense, because that's the whole core concept of the level. Took me a moment to realize that. Because everything revives according to the same pattern and timing, so you should be able to cycle through all 5. Just means that we would need to get the bounce on the top corner twice in a row. When it comes to the sideways bounce, it gets us in a position. I don't know if that means that we have to hit the on-off switch a second time. I don't think so, but we'll have to read that and see how it goes. Nope, missed it. But yeah, it is going to be 2 cycles, as far as I can tell. I'll just get into the rhythm of it after a while. And then try to resolve this. Nope. In we go. And then, yeah, the on-off switch is an issue, the spring on the top corner is an issue. Nope. Too late on the input, that's what it is. I'm not getting the full bounce out of that because I'm too late on holding jump upon landing. Okay, that was a little more embarrassing. Let's try it again. Okay, that was a little bit close. I felt like I was veering towards the grinder blade just too soon. I think I need to hit it twice. And hitting it twice is what activates the piece, which is not on a timer, it's based on a double activation. I think that has to be it. Best attempt yet, though. I was assuming all this time that he was going to be on a timer delay, but no, it's got to be a double activation. It is the only thing that makes sense. You switch to take out this first dry bones here, preventing the cycle from continuing. Notice, incidentally, that if you miss a switch, the dry bones will revive quickly enough that you can actually just cycle through again and keep the attempt alive, so you don't need to redo everything to that point. I think it's possible. Even if you miss slightly. Oh, nope. Too soon. Have to grab the key. And then we'd go back. Okay. Over we go. Okay, that's correct so far. Nope, too high bounce. The reaction timing has to be quite good here when switching between the high and low jumps. Am I against a single shell jump in a level? No, I'm not against it. We've done single shell jumps before. Crash Go Pinch, however, I'm not running the open queue tonight, just so you know. I do run viewer levels, usually at least once a week on weekends. And we do take levels that have shell jumps in them. Sometimes I do well, and sometimes I don't. But if you catch me at one of those times, you're quite welcome to submit something that's on the gentler side of Kaizo. I mean, I get harder submissions too, I just don't get very far with them. My success rate with double shell jumps, however, is not so good. Nope, left. Let's get back on track here. Okay, that's getting a little more consistent at least. Oops, nope. Yeah, I'm trying to let up completely on that one to get a low bounce, but then we're trying to anticipate the jump button going into the top left one so we get enough of a bounce for the on-off switch. That's been a problem. So yeah, like I said, Crabs Go Pinch, we're not running the queue today, but I will be running fewer levels on a different day this week. But yeah, the add method is how you normally submit if I'm actually running the queue, but today we don't have the bot active. Because I'm just trying to get through some levels that I missed while I was away from Maker for much of November. So we're just catching up on some more recent content by some people who are occasionally regulars. But yeah, we still run viewer levels from time to time, so we'll definitely try to get yours in at some point. I might jot down the code anyway in case we can deal it into one of these streams in the middle of the week as well. I find that with things like harder levels anyway, that it's more pleasant to do them when I'm not under time pressure from other people filling the queue, so possibly we'll get a chance to try yours out. Probably not today though, because we have a few more to get through and then I will be off. Okay, up we go. Okay, cycle around again. Miss. Let's do it again. Yeah, if we miss, we cycle around. But we can only do that so many times before running into consistency issues, so... But if we miss, we shouldn't give up on the attempt. We should actually make another run at all the bones. And the timing should work out for that to succeed. Nope. Again, need a bit of a lower jump to the left for the timing to line up properly. And we know that by this point. We've seen that often enough. This is another level with a 300-second timer, incidentally. We have not seen what the coins are all about yet, but that's possibly a segment that's after checkpoint 1. And we'll have to get to that first. Okay. Nope. Cycle again. Good. Good. The extra cycle worked out well that time. Then we wait for the checkpoint. Then we'll see what the coin segment here is all about. Well, we'll need a better jump than that. Hit the on-off switch, land on a goom. There's probably going to be some kind of cycling back. Maybe. Oh no. It's just going to go like that. And then we jump back onto the bones to get on top of the top platform. An extra loop for style points. Yeah, we do tons of stuff for style points around here. Not always intentionally. So that was pretty satisfying. We need to land on the right side and then go back. We need to stay ahead of the spike ball. Whoops. Ah, okay, so that clears the track. We get on the track, then we get on the bones again to go over. And there's a down arrow. Let's see what that's all about. Probably the landing zone. Whoops. Totally missed to jump off the edge of that snake block as this was beginning to dissipate. Oh, miss. A little too soon, actually. We could have afforded to wait slightly. We get onto dry bones, we land where the down arrow is suggesting. And then we see what happens. Okay. That was a bit thrilling. No, we have to go over at that point. Over to the blue platform, then the bones revive. Then we jump back on. I see it. We just needed to read that for the first time. Get a sense of the timing and spacing. Yeah, we'll go over. Mole comes here. I suppose we bounce off the mole and then to the bones, but mole seems like it was well out of position at that point, so timing may not have been ideal. But we will see. Oops, came in a bit low. Okay, let's try it again. Just need to clean up some of the error margins here. Whoops, too early. Jump ahead. And ahead. Okay, it's asking you to hold right because that's how you would land accurately on the goop. I was wondering about that, but it is just holding right out of the drop. And that should reposition you accurately. Okay, over here. Onto the mole, onto the bones. Oh, we didn't hit the coin. That's coin 4 up top. So we missed that. We do have to hit the coin and then we drop. And then we've got plenty of time to drop into the appropriate location. I think because of the horror effect desaturating everything, that the pink coin was not immediately visible to me at first, but you do the drop, then you do fall accurately. And should be able to get over to Pokey without too much trouble. We just missed. Oops. But yeah, this segment feels much easier than the first half. So we'll be out of here in no time, I'm sure. Nope. Leans right a little too much going into the bounce. We just need to land on it, but we need to pull back a bit so we make it over accurately. Okay. That seems like maybe I hit the bones a little too late in the cycle before that one. Or maybe I was just cutting short a few too many full jumps. Yeah, we can't go too late on this bounce because then it does throw off the timing for when it revives later on. In general, more full jumps, just padding out the timing a bit is going to be beneficial here. Whenever we're able to do it. Okay. The timing was right that time, the positioning was not. Occasionally, we'll want to strike the bones just as they are reviving, just to maximize the time we have them available later on. Okay, the second bone drop there kind of caught me by surprise, but I guess maybe the other one revives after you disable the new one. And then you would get 2 bounces off bones in succession. That was something I felt like I did need to read once first before I understood it. It's one of those obstacles. Oh, missed it. You're supposed to hit the off switch, obviously, because then that gives you access to the door in the top right. We just missed the on-off switch. That was all there was to it. Just came in a little bit low. Not quite expecting it to come there. Okay. Yeah, that was a rare mistake on a very visible muncher that had previously not given me any trouble. Whoops. Well, we've seen it all at this point. We just need to execute properly on that final on-off switch and see how we're actually going to make it up to that door. I mean, it is going to be with another bone bounce, I'm sure, just because that's the concept of the level, and that's what we'd finish on, but we'll see how it looks when we get there. Okay. Close call with some of this. Nope, once again, you're missing the on-off switch. I keep seeing the coins there, and I just am not positioning myself very well for maximum height. It's not like I'm letting loose on the jump button, I think we're just curving poorly towards it. That's something that can be fixed. Whoops. Okay. Not so okay. Yeah, Still going a little bit too early on that. Just need to line that up a little bit better, get some full jumps here just to delay as much as we can. Oh, whoa, that was well short the position I needed that time. We can do much better than that. Up we go. Okay. Up switch. Huh, didn't quite revive in time. I might have been dropping too quickly though. I just need to maintain a complete full jump all the way even after hitting the off switch. We might have instinctively let go of it to do a quick drop after the switch had been successfully hit, and that was not wise. We do want to sustain our airtime for as long as possible. Alright, let's do this. Oh, whoops. We're usually completely prepared to crouch there. I don't know why we flubbed it that time, but that was a bit unusual. Yeah, once you start delaying a bit on any of the bone activations, it does become a compounding problem for the rest of the level, so... Okay, on our switch, hold, no. Well, the bones revived in time that time, we just didn't manage to hit the on-off switch in time. But you do get 2 bounces off the bones to get up to the activated steps under the exit door once you do get that far, so we'll be there soon enough. Whoops. Dark 2 Patrol, welcome. Glad to see you around. Whoops. And yeah, as always, happy to provide some late night or early morning, or I guess for people in Australia, evening radio. With a bit of Mario flavor to it. Okay, no, we keep going forward. I don't know why I had a little bit of unexpected confusion there in what's actually a very straightforward segment. Because that's twice now that I made that mistake. Just keep going forward. We've read this whole segment already, we know how it's supposed to go. That seemed a little bit late. Bounce. 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 Then switch. And yeah, we were just short actually. I was trying not to lean too far ahead so we wouldn't miss the second dry bones bounce, but then we didn't correct for the final landing well enough, and that's how we wound up in that position. Okay, forward. Yeah, full bounces everywhere if we can, just to get the timing to line up. And we're out. Okay. 1-ups for endless. That's a big M at the end here. M for major. Thank you for the GG. Okay, not going to be on too much longer today, but what we'll do is we're actually going to finish with some things that are a little bit on the easier side. We'll do a couple of music levels just to cool down from all the platforming for a little bit, and I've still got a lot of backlog to get through. We'll try to run more Maker streams than usual this week. Whereas over the past few months I had spent most weekdays working on some other things like indie games and other forms of catch-up, and Mario Wonder, of course. We'll do a big Maker catch-up over the next few weeks and deal in a couple of extra levels that way. You'll notice I haven't done puzzles today. We'll do a dedicated puzzle stream at some point as well. But today, assuming my audio is still functioning without a hitch, we'll do a couple of easy music levels just to finish up. And yeah, let's chat in. Naturally, a lot of recent music levels we've seen have been Mario Wonder flavored. This is my WBC from South Korea, one of the very best music loop makers in the game. We've been playing for a very long time, but here's a Mario Wonder level for Team Music. 91% clear rate. I am sure that it's going to be not quite automatic, but certainly a breezy experience. And let's have a jam. Straight from 1-2 of the new game. Possibly even easier if we don't have to jump around the piranhas. And yeah, this is just an implementation of the music track, with all of the piranhas singing that it involves. A lot of piranhas just sitting around, as you can see. I mean, they are instruments in some places. They are doing the initial bounce off the note block, but part 2. It really does sound like a bit of a carnival. Much more obviously so with this instrumentation than in the original game. Okay, let's get out. And then we're going to have a Super Ball. Oh, I see, okay. Let's nuke everything. Just a little bonus game where we'll get a key for killing everything, I think. The fact that it's a 91% clear rate tells me that not a lot of people are timing out on the Super Ball segment here. I haven't been given a full 500-second timer and a checkpoint. To be extra generous. Well, get the key. And let's get out. Great. And yeah, we can't do anything about spawning with the piranha here. It's just a walking piranha, so. That's it for that. And let's see about this door too, just to see what's going on with it. Oh, it just loops you through. Okay, that works. Yeah, we'll do another one by WBC as well. It's going to be another trivially easy one, but we just want to listen to the track. Mario Wonder OST, no coin version. Now, why would it be a no coin version? It's not the same thing, is it? But, well, let's see what it is. Yeah, we'll do an all music level stream at some point as well. I haven't done one in a long time, possibly in over a year. Because, you know, our audio here isn't always that reliable, but it's been better lately, so it seems like it's high time we ran one of those. Yeah, so it's actually just the same thing, but this time without quite as many effects. So you can just hear the music track without tons of stuff going on at once. Alright, now we know. And I wonder if it will still have the bonus game at the end. And yeah, much easier to hear the track without the operants from the cat effect going off everywhere. Okay, it's the same thing, yeah. Uploaded together. But for people who want fewer effects in the way. A little more unimpeded access to the track. Okay, that was quick. Let's get out. And same thing as before, nothing special over there. Okay, we'll do one more from another maker. And we'll probably leave it there today. And spread out some more Mario Maker over the week as we go. Oops. Oh, wait. I must have jotted this down incorrectly. Let me see if I can fix it. I bet instead of a B it was an 8 or something, but let me just check. Just give me one moment to dial it up correctly. I'll just need to find out where I put this code. Possibly have to retrace my steps. Unless it was taken down or something at a time that I've been playing, but I doubt it. And we'll find it. Oh yeah, no. It was a slight mistake in the code. I've got it. MWB, not NWB. Okay, Ninja Disco. This is, of course, also from Super Mario Wonder. I'm going to see if I can get the sloppy machine translation of the Japanese text here, because I don't actually read the language. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, we'll likely finish on this one today. And yeah, it's going to be another high clear rate level that is also there to mostly present a music track, I think. Yeah, it's just telling you that it is from the Mario Wonder level. That was in World 4, I believe. Let's take a look. I'll have a couple of small announcements at the end. Just a few housekeeping notes about our upcoming schedule, and then that'll be probably it for today. I always try to target 4 hours for a stream, and we rarely actually wind up on time. So, yeah, this was in a desert world. And we're going to sail all the way there with the single coin clear condition out of the way. So this is playable. And yeah. And it is a rhythm, or rather a jump-based level, or... Yeah, it is the rhythm level in the same way that the Ninja level was originally. Here we go. We will try to get all the bonuses here. Let's try not to hit a piranha. That would be why there's a 30% clear rate, I suppose. We hit a spike anyway. Okay. I think the clear condition is probably there to control respawns. I think that's probably all it's doing, is to use clear condition spawning rules for certain repeated elements, so coins would actually behave. Okay, let's grab this. I feel like I was actually much better at the original Ninja Disco level than this one so far, because the on-offs are just slightly offbeat. Whoops. But you do still have to play through it. You can see. Nope. And it takes you down. Yeah, you just need to jump on the beat, actually, and it lines up. It's just that the clicky effect of the on-offs can throw you off a little bit. But as long as you jump on the beat, you make it. Or so it seems. Okay, there we go. There we go. It pushes you over. Then try to take this Super Ball. Not that it's going to get me anything here. Unless you... Oh, I guess you could tuck a Super Ball in the corner here. Let's try to do it. Almost. It does get deflected slightly. It doesn't quite seem like we've positioned this to work. Just trying to position this so we can actually deflect this up, but yeah, you would absolutely need the Super Ball to do this, but seems like the 10 coin is not going to be that easily reachable. Let's go on. Whoops, nope, lost it. Oh, okay, that's another bonus. Nope. Actually, a little bit tricky when you're tall. Yeah, because they blink out at the same time, so you kind of have to go right at the moment it blinks. There we go. Looks like it's a potential alternate exit as well, actually. Let's try it. Okay. We'll try to fix it. Nope, gone too early. There we go. Oh, that's not an exit pipe. Okay. Then, one final coin, and that's it. Okay, that's the last one today, before we send you folks off on a raid of our own. First of all, thank you once again to MGM1 for bringing over a Mario Party 3 party earlier. Got through a decent amount of platforming. Wow, we have to do this one at some point. 0.36. Yeah, well, I've got this down in my notes as well. We'll do it another time. Yeah, so mostly Mario Maker this week, I think. We will have some other plans for December as well in terms of some other games we'll be mixing things up with. But starting on December 2nd, we're also looking forward to the 8th Mario Maker celebration. It's going to be a more subdued event compared to years past, but we still have a lot of friends of the stream who are involved as makers. And so we're going to be seeing a lot of that, hopefully. when the level batch releases. I don't know how many batches they're doing this time, if it's just one set or two or something, but whichever levels are releasing next week, we'll be playing next week. We'll, like I said, have some kind of puzzle exclusive day at some point as well, and viewer levels on the weekend. That's the current plan. Hopefully we won't have major unexpected interruptions like we did for most of November. And as I've been saying, as we get into 2024, the plan is to mostly focus on Mario Maker 1 while it still exists. In the meantime, though, thank you so much for watching today, and I think we've at least somewhat recovered a basic ability to play this game. I hope. So, we'll search for another destination to send you folks off to very shortly. It will likely be something Mario related, but we'll determine that in just a moment. So, have fun, thank you so much for coming by, and thanks for watching. And until we meet again, have a wonderful week ahead of you with everything you may be playing or making or otherwise observing. And as always, fare thee well.